book I've got coming out here in October called Crowley's Apprentice, which is about Israel regarding. I wrote a deliberately boring footnote. It's terrible. But it's a check on the reader, I'm afraid, but I might as well give you advance warning. It blathers on in minute detail about the issue of 7 Golden Dawn charters. Just as the reader is about to play Russian roulette instead, I wrote the final sentence, which is really my human matter. But isn't the issue of charters, on the whole, an extremely boring one? If a group is doing good magical work, it doesn't need a charter. And if it isn't doing good magical work, then even a charter won't save it. Yes, sir.
We mentioned how you monster, the biggest press, depending on Crowley, has the magnificent monster turned on you.
Yes, you're very well informed. Yes, oddly enough, this is precisely what has happened. I decided to take a job, and I was housemaster and senior history master at this college, which is basically for teenage children of millionaires. Spoiled elsewhere, sex, drugs, rock and roll, a pretty wild bunch. But as it happened, I grew rather fond of them, and I did rather like my job. And all was going swimmingly until a paper called the News of the World decided to have a go at me. Now, I don't know if you know anything about Britain's News of the World, but it makes your National Enquirer look like the New York Times. In this paper, I was surprised to read, basically, there's the worst photograph of me that's ever been taken. A headline, Devil Teacher, Master at Top School as Black Magic Weirdo. My book, The Legacy of the Beast, and Crowley Regardi, The Law is for All, were top right-hand corner. Books of Evil, Bibles of the Sick Occult Sect. I am apparently a devil worshipper, and you better be careful, because according to the article, I regularly gorge myself on human blood to get charged up. I regularly attend meetings of something called the Order of the Eastern Templars, which regularly indulges in animal sacrifices and kinky group sex sessions. Now, if there's anybody here who knows of any kinky group sex sessions, I've never been to one, and I'd love to go, and that sounds terribly good fun. Now, what else do I do? Yes, I'm sick, and my beliefs are sordid, and all my friends are sinister, and what a sinister bunch I see around me here. In fact, they went to the principal of the college and demanded that I be fired, or they'd expose him. Not that he was an occultist, he was just a rather dodgy character, creaming it in off these rather likeable brats at $150,000 a year net profit, and never turning up for his own lessons. But that's by the by. What else have I done to offend the news of the world? Well, there's one remarkable thing. I can't even say when they interviewed me I was misquoted. It was flagrant lies from start to finish. There's one moment in the interview when these two guys are really, they look like thugs. I mean, if you shot like their hand, you know, someone wants to go and wash it with Dettol or something. And they said, have you ever taken drugs? And I replied, a long time ago, when I was at Cambridge University, I tried marijuana. And they said, funny how they all say that. And yes, isn't it? You've got quite a sense of humour, haven't you, Mrs. Sister? Well, I'd like to think so, gentlemen. And it was printed as, I advocate the use of drugs. I take marijuana and speed. I may have tried hard drugs. I can't remember. Well, I think if I'd taken hard drugs, you know, somehow I'd remember the fact. followed up, I got fired. It was followed up by another article, Dibble Teacher Gets the Boot, which also revealed that the use of blood is common at OTA meetings. I'm kind of reminded of a story of the vampire who comes in to attack the young girl, and she sees the vampire coming in, and the crucifix is above her bed, and she grabs it and holds it up, and the vampire says, "Lady, it's not your lucky day." But actually, what I think is going to happen on this case is I've hit the news of the world with a writ, and libel in England is penalised very, very heavily if you can prove your case. And the article is so preposterous that my lawyers are rubbing their hands with joy, and every time they see me, they sort of go ding on the cash register. And I may well end up writing to the journalist in question, "Dear Mr. Bly, thank you so much for your incredible kindness in allowing me to retire for the rest of my life in a considerable comfort." Any further questions? Yes.
I have one more, just like curiosity. Alice and Chloe had 7 children. As far as I know, there's one still living. And the last I heard
Yeah.
was, I said somebody in the yard. I was just wondering if you
Well, we're going to be very careful about Aleister Crowley's children. It's rather like Aleister Crowley reincarnations. One of my minor ambitions is one day to give a party and to invite everybody who claims to be Aleister Crowley's reincarnation. I think it'd be utterly wonderful. I'm Aleister Crowley. No, you're not. I am. So lock the doors and let him fight it out. As for his children, by Rose, he had his first child who died of acute nomenclature, and his second was Lola Zaza. Lola Zaza refused to see him after Rose left him to marry the eminent masochist Lieutenant Colonel Gourblay. And Lola Zaza lived on, I believe, until the 1960s, not wanting anything to do with Crowley whatsoever. When he had a court case in the 1930s, there was this absolutely wonderful woman who, after he lost it, came up to him and said, "That verdict is the wickedest thing since the crucifixion. And can't I do something for you?" And he looked at her, he was too overcome to speak, and then she said, "Couldn't I be the mother of your child?" And that caused him to cry for the first time in years. But once he dried his tears, I bet you, he dragged her off to Savoy again, and, well, anyway, a baby was born. Now, I could be wrong, and I'd appreciate any extra information on this. I was under the impression that this was Alistair Ataturk, to whom Crowley wrote some very fine letters. And Alistair Ataturk, I think, died at some point in the late 1960s. I'm not aware of any other children. It was rumored that Graham Bond of Graham Bond Magic was a rock band in the 60s, was an illegitimate child of Crowley. And has anybody here heard of Graham Bond at all? He was meant to got into a fight with a Satanist, and as a result he lost, and he found himself under a tube train. But it was never ascertained as to whether he was one of Crowley's illegitimate sons or not. So that's the information I've got on the matter. I'm sure if you really wanted to hunt it down, OTO Archives could probably help you.
In your book, you said that the AA is currently in a period of silence.
A period of silence.
Well, I know of at least 3 groups of the real AA. One of them advertised more. I was wondering if you know anything about these, if there's any claims that having real AA.
I'd say at the present time, any group openly shouting with the AA is not.
What can they use?
What is the... Oh, the AA? Right. You can look at it in 2 ways. Right. You can look at it. Good question. You can look at the AA in 2 ways. The way in which I like to look at it best is that it is a brotherhood and sisterhood of men and women totally pledged to the advancement of individual human consciousness and general human evolution, who put out systems and techniques for human beings to use in order for that function to be accomplished. That's it in its widest sense. In a more narrow sense, it refers to the system established by Aleister Crowley. He worked out a system whereby anybody could go from the very depths to the very heights of the system by which man could become God. And the full details of this system in Crowley's writings, most notably Gems from the Equinox and Magic in Theory and Practice. Because the AA has such a very high reputation, inevitably charlatans will endeavour to appropriate its name in order to calm the gullible. Well, if I understand, well, yes, we all are God. It's just that we don't realise it. And because we've been so screwed up by this utterly lunatic society in which we have the misfortune to live, complex techniques are required if we are to realise ourselves as the gods we are. And I really would like to reiterate that we won't realise ourselves as the gods we are unless we first realise ourselves as animals. No, surely. Yes, I think there is. An animal is an elemental. Animals are simple creatures. We are much more complex. The reason that the Egyptians portrayed their gods very often with the heads of animals was they were trying to make exactly that point, that we are the bridge between animal and God, that we have got an extra dimension of consciousness which the other animals do not have. Good question. I don't think we know for certain. It's just something that's always been said by every great religious teacher or mystic, and it seems a reasonable working assumption. But that should make what we're doing is we're cutting ourselves off from the animals instead of realizing the animal that we are within ourselves. We should be proud of it. Do you want to be what? Okay.
You mentioned this necessity for people to realize their higher potential.
Yeah.
In order for survival to take place in sleep.
Yes.
And I totally agree with you. Now, is it in order your part of being members to get more education or knowledge or training or whatever more
I honestly can't speak for the ATO in the United States. It would be best to speak with its representatives. In England, yes. The ATO is just one order of a number of orders committed to this ideal.
So how do they, I understand these get very secretive kind of orders. How are they?
Well, I mean, it's not that secretive. I mean, anybody who can get hold of a copy of Francis King's Secret Rituals of the ATO has got a copy of their initiatory ceremonies. And I'm sure that, well, in England anyway, the ATO normally puts a box number in various occult publications. I presume they do a similar sort of thing over here.
So I don't think I was wondering if they have some kind of purpose to attempt to...
Well, no, the purpose is nothing less than the transformation of the planet.
How are they going about that?
Good question. The ideal is simply to get more and more people to develop themselves to their fullest limits, and by their actions in society, those people will affect all those with whom they come into contact, and every day a minor change in consciousness may be brought about. That is the idea.
So, how are people implementing this practically? What are they doing? Are they making meetings more public or?
Well, it's not a public society, it's a private society. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the OTO, I understand, has embarked on a very full publishing program. Yeah, to make more and more writings available to the public. And so the thing to do would be to examine the catalogues of places like the Mandala bookstore here, or the Bodhi Tree, and quite a number of OTO publications.
So I fully agree with you. The urgency of techniques for utilization of human potentials.
OTO is one way of doing it. There are other ways of doing it. You must take the path that suits you.
Could you said you were going to say something about how Crowley had a unique understanding of Tao?
Yes. Yes. Well, what Crowley saw is that essentially there are three basic axioms on life, on existence. I'm going to start with one of those three. Either existence is suffering, or existence is joy, or existence is existence. We call these the black school, the white school, and the yellow school, and they've all got valid techniques of magic and mysticism. Classic example of the black school, in fact probably the best example, would be Buddhism. Existence is suffering, the cause of suffering is craving, etc. Classic example of the white school would be Philima, or certain of the Sufi sects, or the Tantric sects, operating from the premise that existence is joy. Taoism is the school of existence is existence. It's the art of doing everything by doing nothing. Have you read the Tao Te Ching?
Yeah. I have some understanding of some of the material yogas.
Right.
Of Tao's
Well, Taoism is philosophy and Taoism is technique.
Taoism is all inclusive. Like Tao's teaching, if I call that intellectual Taoism.
Yeah, but I mean, Charles Luke's book, Taoist Yoga, for instance, could be described as a manual of, an interesting manual on Tantra, rather than, it's a set of techniques, rather than the Tao Te Ching, which is the heart of the matter.
Yeah. There's a, I don't know, it's all in the spirit. Like practices they would do. It seems to relate to what you're trying to describe.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's, in the legacy of the piece, there is a chapter totally devoted to Taoism and Crowley's contribution to it. Yes. There's still quite a number of unpublished writings, as far as I'm aware, many of which are in the possession of Caliphate OTO. For example, there's no beautiful account of the Paris working that's been published, or the Tara working that's never been published. I'm sincerely hoping that with the new publishing program, he also read an essay on mescaline, which I've never read, which I'd like to read. There are efforts made to get out all of his writings, and I think that is part of the OTO publishing program, but there is still quite a mass of stuff that is unpublished, and this includes volume after volume of his own magical diaries.
How would you compare the system of the European system?
Okay. One way of looking at it is to say Golden Dawn starts you out in the shallow end and OTO chucks you in at the deep end. That's one way of looking at it. OTO tends to be more drastic in its effect upon people. OTO is totally committed to the Book of the Law. The Golden Dawn is not. You could see the Golden Dawn as part of the AA, in that the AA is concerned with individual initiation, and Golden Dawn is part of that. The OTO is not only concerned with individual initiation, it is also concerned with collective action. In terms of the magic word, Golden Dawn is ceremonial, OTO is sexual. In the low degrees of the OTO, there's a great deal of ceremonial, which derives, in fact, from the Golden Dawn, with one or two innovations. But the essence of the OTO is, in fact, sexual magic. And what is sexual magic? Well, sex magicians are people who believe that the act of sex is the holiest act in the universe. Well, sex magicians are people who believe that the act of sex is the holiest act in the universe.
I have a question on your definition of magic. Misquote you since it seems to be happening quite a bit. Can you restate that?
Yes, magic is the art and science of realizing the divine self by changing the human self.
What do you mean by changing the human self? That's my question.
Well,
I know the techniques, but what is it about the human self that is changing or has to change, or that these techniques are?
well, I mean, we're all at times stupid, lazy, forgetful, mean, petty, spiteful, selfish, and with a small s. We all at times act like perfect shits. Does that answer your question?
You think curling really started in World War I?
Nobody puts America into the war.
Yeah.
Actually, that is one myth that needs to be hit on the head. One of the things that was thrown against Crowley was that he was accused of being a traitor during World War I. He was accused of writing pro-German propaganda. This he did. He claimed, however, he was working for British naval intelligence, and the idea was to make German propaganda so absolutely appalling that the Americans would react against it and come into the war. He did an absolutely magnificent job. I mean, his propaganda was so terrible it deserves a medal. Now, the question is, was he a traitor? Well, the odd thing is, in 1917, America entered the war. Now, you would have thought that if Crowley was really working for German propaganda, they would have interned him, what with the war fever and the hysteria at that time. Somebody at that time gave Crowley enough money to settle his affairs. Moreover, when he returned to England in 1919, despite England's war hysteria at that time, he was not prosecuted as a traitor. Moreover, there is in existence a card in the Warburg Institute of the University of London, and what has gone on it is the following invitation. The Director of Naval Intelligence presents his compliments to Mr. Alistair Crowley and invites him to call upon him, and it was sent, the date is, on the outbreak of the Second World War. Now, the Director of Naval Intelligence in Britain does not ask an alleged traitor to come and see him. Crowley died with that card on him. And I think the reason he had it on him when he died was he was always deeply wounded by the accusations of being a traitor when he was in fact quite a patriot and just wanted it there for everybody to know that he was sworn to secrecy up until his death. Speaking of his death, did you know that there are 4 versions of the death of Crowley? No, 4 versions. Version number 1 is in John Simon's book. He dies with tears streaming down his face. He goes, boo hoo hoo, I am perplexed, clunk. This sounds most unlike him. Version number 2, a loving disciple is there, and she tends him as he passes from samadhi to super samadhi to nirvana to super nirvana, runs up all the trances and expires in the boundless bliss of the infinite. Sounds like a Life of Gautama Buddha written by a nauseatingly sycophantic commentator. Version number 3 was told to me by Herr Ralph Techmeyer of Germany, and apparently there's this bookseller in Hastings who'll tell you this story to anyone if you buy him a beer, but he believes that he killed Crowley. You see, Crowley apparently drew the sign on Netherwood, which incidentally wasn't a seedy seaside boarding house, it was a country house with 2 acres of grounds. But Crowley had drawn the sign, and the bookseller felt so disturbed that he took this damp dishcloth and he rubbed it out, and the next day, Crowley died. So now we know the truth at last, don't we? The great beast was rubbed out by a dishcloth. The version which I believe to be true, was told to me by a man who I have to call Mr. W.H., a chartered accountant of Guildford, I think it was, who got in touch with me because he read in the papers that I was giving a talk on Crowley. And this Mr. W.H., I cannot discern any motive for lying in him. He's got no interest in the occult whatsoever. His claim to fame was that he was manager of Netherwood, which had drawing room, library. The guests lived in considerable comfort, according to him, and certainly according to the photographs I've seen. And he used to talk to Crowley sometimes, but
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy.
Fucking advertisements are nothing but scams. It's unbelievable.
during the 1930s,
Also, I'd like to thank you for allowing me into your homes for this 27th edition, excuse me, of Season 2 of Esoteric Science, to be convoluted by that aspect of it. Ultimately, there came a point in time where the races could no longer, and animals and man could no longer procreate, and that's right and fitting. And those that did try to break the law, if you want to term that as a divine law, which ultimately it is, once that division was made, those that broke the law and tried to go back and procreate with animals were rendered celibate according to esoteric tradition. And so anyone that transgressed or broke the law at that point, again, was rendered celibate. Okay. More to that in a second. In particular,
Okay.
Well, we're now in war
You have
with
story where churches,
we're in war with God.
was 70% Christian. What happened to Egypt?
They can surrender if they want to.
Egypt used to be 90% Christian. What happened to all the Christians? You want to talk to me about Israel and how bad Israel is? You take a good look in the mirror about how other people have been treated in the Middle East before you start coming and complaining to me. You fucking hypocrite. Okay? I'm sorry.
Bethlehem's a Christian town. Where are your Christians in Bethlehem?
You know, other
Bethlehem. Jesus Christ is born a Jew in Israel. Where are the Christians in Bethlehem? What's he doing?
They've left. They've left. They all live in Israel now.
You wish.
Where are the Christians in Lebanon?
You don't even let them go to Jerusalem. They can't even go from Bethlehem to Jerusalem.
You can go to Jerusalem.
What are you talking about? Wait a minute. I'd like to respond to that. That's the one thing that I hear. That's the one thing that I have. Well, that's the one checkpoint that I crossed. So Palestinians, if you've been through Jerusalem, then that means that Palestinians can go from Bethlehem to
No.
Jerusalem.
Reverend Mundane Ishaq has repeatedly talked about how the
Reverend
Christians in
Mundane Ishaq? Are you saying you trust Reverend Mundane Ishaq more than you trust you niggas?
Well, I will say this. So there is one question I would have. There is one question I would have. If there was.
Wait a minute. Do I
Okay, Frederick. Okay, Frederick.
You drive from Jerusalem. There are two ways to get out of Jerusalem. Okay.
Oh my God.
One way from Jerusalem is Highway 1, which goes to Tel Aviv, and then there's another route which passes right by Bethlehem. Literally on that highway, there is an entry point from Bethlehem into Israel, and there are cars that cross there like literally all day long. If there are people who can't get into Israel, it is because they've been labeled a terror threat, which is like Palestinian territory. So, you know, there are reasons why some people can't come into Israel. And before we start the fire,
Well, I will say you can't have it both ways. You can't declare an intifada and then expect not to have some security. You can't have it both ways. Once you declare an intifada and you teach the children that it's better to kill Jews, or you can expect it.
And I'll check your phones. And they still, they have the right to check your phone background. So.
Do you want an intifada? You got an intifada.
Now, Orthodox does the same thing. American War Control Service. It is like this. Just your phone. Just what you watch.
So, as a Christian with my name, I've been to Israel, I've been in Jerusalem.
You're not a Palestinian.
Yeah, but I do have a very
Doesn't matter.
wrong.
Palestinians get treated differently.
Yeah,
but because they are living in a territory that isn't Israel. So of course they're treated differently. They're not citizens of Israel.
This has happened in 2025.
Yeah, of course it's happened in 2025. The Palestinian territories are 95% run by
They are trying to
Palestinians.
make it unbearable. Jerusalem Christians face Easter under Israeli crackdown. This is April
Yeah, true.
2025.
Crackdown. What do you think? When the Palestinians attack them, we have a crackdown.
Just keep lying. Just keep lying.
No, just try.
I'm sorry you feel so embarrassed about your own culture.
What's the lie? What's the
That's
lie?
why you steal our culture.
You don't have
Yeah,
culture.
yeah, so.
Yeah, what is the Palestinian culture? What the heck is your culture?
The Jews
What
have
is
been
the
living for
Palestinian
3,000 years.
Why don't you have a Palestinian? What is the Palestinian language?
Your culture.
What's the
It's
Palestinian
usually
language?
Palestinian women yelling their language.
It's Hebrew. What is the language of the Palestinian?
Stop, beat up,
By the way, what money do you use? Oh, you use Israeli currency.
What is the currency of the Palestinian society? See, Norm, I'm not ripping you off. I'm just a good wingman. I'm your wingman, Norm.
I'm hearing.
I want to be your wingman. Norm, let me be your wingman. No homo.
I love my PPR. Love my PPR.
You're, might just meet whoever's trying to say hello. Right, so, where does that leave all of us? Look, here's the point, Norm. Everybody is rooting, for you guys to lose. You know that, right?
That's a logical fallacy.
No.
Appeal to crowds.
Yes, that's called.
Yeah.
I'm not making it
It's a
weird.
logical fallacy.
I want to see that you guys know that everybody's real for you guys.
Anybody who's anybody agrees with me. Everybody who matters agrees with me, Diego. So all the cool people who don't like you,
Everyone is with you.
nobody likes Diego, they all like me, and they like Norm, and they like us, and they don't like you.
If everybody's rooting for us to lose, then why are we winning? Right, no, listen. These people are in denial, but the 5 to 10% of the useful idiots on college campuses do not represent America. They are not, most people support Israel, and Israel has introduced new technology, and people will be buying it from all over the world. So the same leaders that are quote-unquote not with Israel will be buying the new laser defense system. Saudi Arabia just wasn't able to stop Iran from dropping hypersonic missiles. That one. Dude, if you think Iran is beating Israel, then you're really delulu. The key word is ahead of Israel. You're Delulu. Iran right now they're packing their bags. The Ayatollahs, they're going to be in Moscow soon with Assad.
We've been back around with impunity, by the way.
I'm not just
somebody, ideology, because, atheism is not the number, it's
you're not coming in well. It's clear, man. Hard to understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying here is I'm not just talking about the United States. I'm saying there are many countries around the world. The majority of the world is crossing their fingers and hoping you guys make a big misstep. You know that, right? No. I disagree. Okay, yes, the Arab world, the Islamic world, yes. Let me be clear. The Arab world, yes. But I don't believe Europe wants Israel to lose. Is on her way, bro. Dude, she's an outsider.
He's a fucking clown.
There's retards in every country.
There's retards in every country.
They just ain't good at them.
I think they already turned her around. She's like an autistic girl. That gives an autistic child. Dude, that your baby with an autistic child?
No, I'm trying to show you guys the sentiment.
What's the sentiment?
Dude, she's being mocked. When October 7th happened was good for the Palestinians. At least they got a little win. You know that.
I'm trying to show you my projection.
Jew haters thought that. For sure the Jew haters thought that. But the normal people did not say that. Normal people didn't say good for Palestinians. They raped a bunch of girls, killed a bunch of babies. I'd say 90% of the world thought that was disgusting. I'm sorry to hurt you all. Judah, Americans more than anything love an underdog story, and the Palestinians are the king of underdog. That's like saying the mafia is the king of underdogs. They're criminals. They're corrupt.
How are they underdogs?
Dude, they're getting spawned into the Stone Age. But they're hiding in terror tunnels. They're using their people as human shields. The leaders are in the tunnels. Everybody knows it.
Do you think that people don't believe the thing about the Hamas having terror tunnels? You're saying
It's kind of like.
nobody believes that?
Yeah, it's kind of.
It's kind of like a genocide. They're kind of like killing all these people.
You're a true believer.
Little boy.
But I don't believe you.
I bet you are pooping in your panties.
I think you're lying. You know they have terror tunnels.
He's pissing in his panties.
I can explain an American accent if you want me to.
Yeah, it's like the movie Escape from Alcatraz.
Yes,
they were all
that's
criminals
good.
too.
Keep
But
doing that.
everybody was rooting for them to get out of Alcatraz, man. Okay, the Nile is a river in Egypt. You don't believe there's terror tunnels, then we're not even speaking the same language.
No, it's not about believing. It's about the general. You're avoiding fried wolf. People are just kind of fed
It's
up.
about not wasting your time on a social audio channel for 80 hours a week to free Palestine. To project as much as possible, as much spam as humanly possible, as much political propaganda as humanly possible. What a waste of fucking time. These stupid fucking apps and the dumb people on it. It's not even so much of an app, it is bro. Bro, I'm speaking bro. Bro.
If you hated Israel before October 7th, then you still hate Israel. So nothing changed.
Yeah, but people are seeing through it, man. People see through it.
You keep seeing through it.
I
disagree. People saw Hamas really
Why
They've seen how women are treated in Gaza. They've seen how gays are treated.
Another reason of low IQ dumb people talking about
Spamming the political propaganda for hours every fucking day while their lives burn all around them as they waste their fucking time talking about nothing. Political spam. Criticizing people, criticizing stuff while their fucking lives deteriorate and they accomplish nothing.
Scandinavian girl, the weather one, she says, what the fuck is going on here?
What the fuck is going on here? I guess time will tell. If they make a mistake and then the world rejoices, they're going to learn how people feel about them.
I mean,
You honestly think the nation of Israel is concerned about the way the people feel about them?
This is the worst English accent I've ever heard.
This is like the worst English accent I've ever
It's
heard.
terrible. It's terrible.
It's a terrible one.
Well, you do a better American accent then. Go ahead. Do your worst.
Can you do a monkey like behave?
You can't even do an American accent, can you?
You want American accent?
Do an American accent. Do one.
I'll do one.
Go on.
They just I'm gonna ride into town.
No, you sound like you're a Western cowboy. I don't sound like that. I don't sound like a cowboy.
You know what?
That's a Western American. A cow fucker. You're a goat fucker. You go fucker. I'm a cow fucker. I'm a cow rider and you're a goat fucker.
I'm gonna ride it.
You can't follow the conversation.
I don't know how to speak in Urdu.
Love America.
The best I can do is just speak in an Indian accent, but I cannot do Urdu.
He doesn't get the English.
I cannot speak Urdu, but I can speak it.
How many more innocent men, women, and children is Israel going to have to kill till the world wakes up that this is a genocide? And that Zionism is a neo-colonial apartheid racist system that is destroying the lives of countless innocent people throughout the world, not just Palestine. I hope Greta Thunberg gets there in peace and happiness. Greta Thunberg is going to liberate the Hamas militants from the stranglehold of the IDF.
We got Pepe. Alright, Pepe, do your job, please. Everybody, Pepe Pinochet is in the house, please. We have Pepe.
I mean, surprised. He's usually talking to her.
What a fucking waste of time this fucking wanker room is. Nothing but political spam all day long on this fucking app while your lives burn down all around you and you waste your fucking lives moving your lips, regurgitating bullshit you've heard on TikTok.
Can you shut the fuck up, Republicans? I want to make an announcement.
Bro. Bro.
I've been asking for like 20 minutes now. Please allow me to make my announcement.
Bro, go ahead, bro.
Yes.
Go ahead, my God.
Okay, thank you. Salam alaikum, good morning, brothers and sisters.
Alaikum assalam. Happy Eid.
This is your last live. I mean, all of the other lines are grounded after your work. We do have bombs on the plane. I mean, bomb bunkers. Our flight, once we get in California, there will be another 9/11. I mean, 12% chance of rain. Enjoy your flight. Thank you.
Bro, I'll be reporting you to ICE immediately.
It's HSI Homeland Security investigation.
So I guess the only way to know whether or not, like, the sentiment of the world is if Israel makes a misstep that costs them dearly.
Look, what would that misstep be, Dr. Diego? We know you're a praxeologist and a self-taught economist. What's the misstep that you're talking about?
Even the Jews make mistakes, Diego, as much as you admire us. Hopefully we make more mistakes than the enemy.
Well, Alderma wouldn't be even had anything about Judaism. Judaism in 500 years. Wouldn't be had anything when we did anything without
I can't hear you. You're like distant from the phone. Say it again. Say it again.
He said, would we have anything without Judaism, is what he said.
Let me hear what you said, Diego.
I'm saying that if Israel commits a misstep, like, for example, invading a seventh country or something, and it ends up costing them.
Okay,
no, any country then. Any country then. Imagine that Israel declares war on the world like Germany. Declares war on the world like Germany.
We don't invade. If they bomb us, we bomb them back. That's what we do. We don't invade.
There you go.
So if they bomb us, we have every right to respond.
No, I'm not talking about whether you have the right or not. I'm saying, the question is the world rooting for Israel to lose?
Diego, what year is it, Diego? Do you even know what year it is anymore?
Of course they are.
The civilized world is not rooting for Israel to lose.
What kind of disagree?
And well, you're wrong. And the jihadists are.
So you
You're on the side, by the way, Diego, the jihadist faces this as well. Dude, right now, Israel is like Denzel Washington training day. Yes, of course, the neighborhood isn't going to say shit until someone stands up.
I think you've been reading it. The jihadists, they want you to, they want the Vatican. Do you realize that? You know what they say over there?
Yeah, you got it backwards.
They say first the Saturday people and then the Sunday people, Diego.
You see, the jihadist terrorists in Gaza, they're like Denzel Washington in the movie Training Day.
I'm on the Vatican side.
He supports the jihadist terrorists, obviously.
I think the jihadi terrorists are like Denzel Washington and Remember the Titans. And they've just got in control of a ragtag football team and they're training them to be jihadi terrorists.
It's a nice way to spin it.
The Israelis are like Tom Cruise and Jerry Maguire. They just want you to help them a little bit. Help them.
Don't quit your day job, Diego.
Stop that, Zach.
That was Norm. The last one was Norm.
That was me. So you like that? Did a Diego ate your baby?
So wait, is there a war going on, or is it just genocide?
Bong ain't got shit on me, right? That's what Israel's saying right now.
Diego, the jihadists want the Vatican, man.
So are you.
Stop lying. Stop lying. They think they want the Saturday people first as us, and then they want the Sunday people.
Stop lying, woman.
Don't lie. Aziz, you can't deny this. The jihadists think that the whole world should be Muslim.
It is a common phrase.
Wait, I want to see from Aziz. Aziz, do you deny this? That the jihadists want the whole world to be Muslim?
Yes.
What if they do? Huh? What if they do? Yes or no? It's a yes or no. Okay, he doesn't deny it. I rest my case.
Thank you, Mugat.
That's right.
I think that Kitover and Smotrich are fed up with the Palestinian situation, rightfully so.
Everybody's fed up with the Palestinian
I
situation.
think they're fed up with it. I think it's been a long time. And they're, you know what? People like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, how do you say it? Smotrich? Smotrich. So I think that they are fed up. They're no longer buying into the lie. That for some reason, we on Clubhouse still keep buying into the lie. So like, we're talking about how many children are being killed. You know, the point that I wanted to make a while ago is like, when we say Palestinian children, think about this, Norm. They're like, oh, you're killing Palestinian children. It's like they stopped talking about the fact that we're killing Palestinian adults long ago. And now they're basically saying, when they say you're killing Palestinian children, what they're saying is the only innocent people in Palestine are below the age of 6. Right. And I agree with you. The only innocent people in Palestine, that might be true. So all those 6-year-olds, all those 5 and 6-year-olds deserve peace and freedom and justice and re-education and a shot at a meaningful life. They should be able to join society and become human beings and have a living life.
I do want to mention the motions of saying that, though.
I do want to know, why are they saying we're killing Palestinian adults? They're like, oh, you're killing our children. They're admitting that the Palestinian adults are justified deaths.
Middle-class lifestyle. The Arabs in Israel have a middle-class lifestyle. They have a Western middle-class lifestyle. The average income per capita is $52,000 a year in Israel for the Arabs. What do they have in the Arab world? Nothing like that. Israel's a much better bet for them, and everybody knows it.
Well, I do want to.
They're a cult of death. They're a suicide cult. They literally say that they want to die. They say, we love death more than you love life. Okay, fine. Then don't complain when you die. If you put on a suicide vest, complain.
Literally start your Sabbath at night, dude.
Okay,
he's just... Your Sabbath starts when the sun goes down, as if you were like...
What would you like to know about the Sabbath?
So let's not talk about the Sabbath, but I do want to touch on something, and so I do know that for a fact that the different denominational
denominations and churches there have all issued joint statements time to time
Retarded child.
talking about the mistreatment of Christians.
He was like retarded.
Now, I posted a lot of sources, and I do, this has been cited over and over again, the main reasons why Christians are leaving Israel. It's because of what they say is the Israeli occupation and the worries of settler attacks. And so, you know, yes.
Yeah, this is no, thank you, Pepe.
But I posted the sources. I'm not an expert.
Conflating the West Bank and Israel.
Well, I'm talking about the Palestinian Christians, the ones that are on the West Bank.
Well, if they declare war on Jews, then we're going to respond, which they have.
The Christians? You're saying the Christian population. Wait a minute. Can we clarify, please? Pepe, are you saying the Christian population in the West Bank?
Occupation doesn't differentiate between the Muslims and the Christians.
Samaria.
Yeah, whatever.
Of course you do. You ran the Christians out.
But are you saying the Christian population there is decreasing because of? Oh yeah, it's been decreasing. It's been decreasing. That's because the Muslims are forcing. That's not what the Christian Palestinians or the churches themselves are saying. The churches that are the 1.1% Christian church in Palestine that's run by the Palestinians. No, there's in Judea and Samaria, a much higher percentage of them are Christian than in Gaza. Well, I'd be interested to read that. You're saying Christians are... No, I mean, it was the Anglican Church, it was the Catholic Church. Christians in Israel. Sure, but it's the Anglican Church, the Catholic Church, the Armenian Church, the... Why would Israelis
have anything to do with the West Bank?
Because they're... I don't... They believe they might even have a church, or they're partnering with a church there. I don't know. It's very close in from the Catholic news source, all kinds of stuff. And this is something I have heard, and I just in my personal life, I don't know of any, you know, I know a few, a handful. I didn't pull them all, but I don't know of any.
Bethlehem is not run by Israel, okay? And the decline of Christians in Bethlehem cannot be blamed on Israel.
It's under Arab rule.
Yeah, that seems fairly sensible from the jump.
And there are almost no Christians.
I think if the Christian population, why would Israelis single out Palestinian Christians? I don't know that they single them out. Okay, but I've been told, this is, once again, not me, you know, and I haven't interviewed them all, but from Christian Palestinians, is that they, quote unquote, you treat all of them like shit, including them.
We don't treat them.
That's their opinion. I don't think that any of them are treated like shit. I think they're treated like suspected terrorists because they come from a population where they teach how to be terrorists in a school.
You can't make that statement when it's under EA rule.
Well, who? Okay, but they cite like restrictions and worries about settler violence.
What settler violence? Well, where is this exactly? Where?
I posted.
Just tell us.
Posted the links. I don't know.
So if you don't know, why are you saying stuff?
I posted the links.
So why don't you read the link then and tell us what you're talking about?
I put that link in that top. There is the link. All right, I'm gonna go Kairos.
Pepe is a former boxer, Norm. You can't expect too much intelligence out of that mashed up brain.
Territories. All right. From the Catholic News Agency. I'm going to read this article and get back to you. I'm going to waste my time.
Do you think you'll all be 85 years old still talking about this in the future? Do you think you'll actually live a life other than talking about this shit every single fucking day?
Pepe, the first paragraph puts it all into perspective. A new survey of Palestinian Christians reveals that many not only fear economic hardship and the annexation of land, but are also concerned about the attitudes of their Muslim neighbors.
Well, you know me. There's no question that Muslims are hostile towards Christians. That's not even like news in this time.
We don't have a debate. Jews are not hostile to Christians. We live in a Christian world. We're very well aware of it. And we've lived in the Christian world for centuries. What's that?
Thank you. All right, so I'm reading this article now, and it says that why are Christians, while it is well known that Christians are leaving the region of the West Bank, the survey that Pepe posted in the chat aimed to figure out why. Unsurprisingly, many Christians feared economic distress and an ongoing Israeli-Palestinian conflict. That does seem like a great reason to move out of the West Bank, if you're, at least if you're not Israeli. Nearly 6 in 10 Palestinian Christians cited economic hardship as the main reason they would consider emigrating. The vast majority do fear the expulsion of Palestinians from their lands by the Israeli state, which at this point seems inevitable because look at the past 80 years of retarded history, gaslighting for the Palestinians, manipulation. We keep wanting peace, we want peace, we want peace, but they don't actually want peace. They just want to kill random Jews. After 80 years, the Jews are fed up. They're not going to tolerate their fantasy anymore that they want peace. It said that a similar share of Christians are concerned about attacks by Jewish settlers and the denial of their civil rights by Israel. I'm not sure what that is, but that sounds like classic propaganda there, because they don't have civil rights if they're, they don't have the same rights as Israeli citizens if they're not citizens of Israel. This is the interesting part, and I'm going to land here.
They live in...
Right, they live in Israel, so it's like saying they don't have civil rights. It's like saying if I went to Israel and I wasn't an Israeli citizen, I wouldn't have civil rights either because I'm not an Israeli citizen. Listen though. Wait a minute. Hold on, let me finish here.
The Palestinian Authority.
Although they fear abuses by the Israeli state or by Jewish settlers, the vast majority of Palestinian Christians, 80% of Palestinian Christians worry about Palestinian government corruption, and 70% of them fear Hamas. And some Christians report feeling threatened by their Muslim neighbors. This is the breaking point for recognizing the differences in Christian and Muslim immigration from Palestine. While both Christians and Muslims might leave Palestine for economic reasons, Christians also feel unsafe or insecure from their neighbors. 77% of Christian Palestinians surveyed say they are worried about radical Salafist groups in Palestine. A large majority believe that Muslims do not want them in Palestine, and Christians are discriminated against when applying for jobs in Palestine. What Christians could be saying here is that we are a minority, but we are not the only minority. They don't trust the church leaders. They have no trust in their Christian leaders at these bullshit churches. So fuck that.
So that's what they want.
Anyway, thank you. I'm complete.
Thank you,
They
my
want the
friend.
same on this church. Now this is pretty
I
complex.
mean,
It's not just this.
I just wasted my time reading an article.
Aziz, $10 says you have no idea. You couldn't name one city in Palestine.
I mean, I have seen the interviews.
Aziz, one city. Aziz, wait, Aziz, name one city in Palestine.
No one complained.
Aziz,
No one
name one
complained.
city in Palestine.
No one mentioned that they were in the church.
Aziz, name one city in Palestine. Aziz, name one city in Palestine. Go ahead. One city. One.
All right, well, hold on a second. No, wait, hold on,
Wait.
Hold on, no, he doesn't know.
Curious.
He doesn't know. All right, fine. Let's just stop for a second.
He can't even.
All right. Let me say one other thing. Stop. Jesus Christ.
Correct.
Happy Pride
Now,
Month,
one
everybody.
state, right?
Happy
Oh my
Pride
God,
Month.
I'm excited. All right. Is my mic low?
No.
No, it's just not used to being moderated.
So,
Now,
okay, everybody shut up.
You genocidal jihadist.
Oh my God.
Something to do with jihad is a negative.
Talking now.
So I'll post a link, but I remember this was like, it was over a decade ago, but the guy he's a Jewish guy. He passed away, I think, within the last few years, but it was, I believe, 60 Minutes. And he did an episode on,
You mean Bob Simon? I knew him personally.
I believe so. Let me look.
He lived in Tel Aviv, by the way. I worked with him.
60 Minutes. Christians.
I have a feeling you're talking about Bob Simon.
Yes, I believe that was him.
Bro, there is a new movie coming out, Jurassic World. Like, who wanna watch it with me?
So, let me look real quick.
nobody. Okay, I understand. I'm annoyed. No
I'll post the link in.
No
So,
problem.
I like your PTR, Fatima. I saw it. I found
So I'll post the link. This was odd. So this happened, and so basically he did a series or I guess report on Christians.
a segment.
Yeah, segment on Christians and what he was showing is hardships because of Israel in the West Bank, and it before it even aired.
Because of the conflict between Israel and the Arabs, not just because of Israel.
Well, no, this was focused on the government of Israel. This
That's
second
the problem with the government of Israel. They're under Palestinian rule.
just the restrictions, really hard to the restrictions basically completely killed their economy and made it, just traveling around and nearly impossible.
Well, there are more checkpoints because they bring weapons in and they shoot Israelis. Like last week, they shot a pregnant woman from. She was on her way to the hospital to have her baby. They murdered her and the baby and the driver of the car, her husband. They're just a random guy shooting from the hills with a high-powered rifle. So of course there's restrictions. We don't want them to shoot us.
Well, okay, so I would say this. So what was
Another pregnant woman died?
Same one.
Oh, that was 3 weeks ago.
So I would say this. What made this what was really bizarre about this episode was before it even aired, somehow the Israeli government. Well, I guess it's not that hard because they filmed there, but they knew that it was going to be aired, and the diplomat from Israel ended up meeting with the guy that was doing the segment, and the government did not want that. The Israeli government did not want that show aired, but they aired it anyway. But they showed the interview with the diplomat, ambassador, actually as well.
Yeah. What's his name?
I posted the link to the video. I have to look.
And watch the video, then you'll be more informed when you say this stuff.
Well, I mean, I watched it a long time ago. I'm bringing up different shit, but I can't do that obviously in the middle of conversation. Take like a 20-minute break to watch a whole fucking video again.
Well, if you don't know what's in the video, then it's hard for you to make a point.
Well, I said he was the ambassador. Hold on, let me listen for a second.
While he's watching the thing, ask yourself, when did Judea and Samaria become quote-unquote Palestinian land? When did they ever own this land? And you're going to find that the answer is never. Israel was invaded by Jordan from the east.
But they owned
in
their own.
1967. No, wait a second. Israel was invaded by Jordan. It was Jordan, not something called Palestine. Yeah, nobody took their home.
Right.
They're still in their home. They're still in their home. They took their home. They were the Washington. That's another lie. Because you don't know anything about the area. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so the name of the ambassador. All right, hold on a second.
I was in the middle of something. Hang on.
No, hold on. No. Hold on. You wanted me. Hold on. No, fuck this shit. Because you were saying, hold on, Norm. You were saying, well, watch the videos, you know what you're talking about. The name of the guy was Ambassador Michael Oren. Yeah, okay, he's the one who did the interview and yeah, so, alright, well, that was what was pretty, that caused a lot of controversy too.
That's why I asked him. You can see him on YouTube all the time. You should go watch him. By the way, he dated somebody on this app, I won't tell you. I had dinner with him more than once. So what's the question? The area was owned by Jordan, not by something called Palestine, which shouldn't exist. Jordan invaded. Israel pushed them back. So Jordan relinquished the claim to the land. Jordan had no claim on that land. Now explain to me what the Palestinian claim is on that land. There was never such a thing as a Palestinian claim on that land. It's invented. It's made up. Anybody want to tell me when it became quote-unquote Palestine?
I can recall I was Jordan.
Yeah, it was Jordan. Correct.
No, I was Jordan. I can recall.
Okay, Jordan.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
He sounds just like Angel.
The West Bank became part of Jordan in 1948. After the 1948 war, Jordan annexed the territory and formalized one in 1950. This followed the agreements that ended the war with Jordan administering the West Bank until Israel captured it in the 1967 Six-Day War.
Took it back. Because it wasn't Jordan's to have. That's correct, Daniel. And Jordan agrees and relinquished any claim to the land.
Yes,
So
I am Jordan.
Thank you, Jordan. See, Jordan is right here in the room. If you have any questions, just ask her.
Yeah, I'm Jordan. Ask me, please.
So anybody who is in favor of the so-called Palestinian cause, tell us when Judea and Samaria somehow becomes this thing called Palestine. When did that happen? Anybody? I mean, Israel made an agreement in Oslo trying to give these people peace and gave them an authority called the Palestinian Authority. We turned a terror organization called the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, famous for doing hijackings of passenger jets and cruise lines like the Achille Laurel, where they just randomly murdered Jews, not Israelis, Jews from America, like Oscar Klinghoffer. He was in a wheelchair. They shot him in the head and pushed his wheelchair into the sea. This is what the Palestinian Liberation Organization.
Yeah, and then they chanted from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. They're crazy.
Correct. Then they went to the Munich Olympics in 1972, and they murdered athletes at the Olympics. This is what these people did. And then what? They're supposed to say that they want some land in Judea and Samaria? I mean, come on. Aziz, oh, he's on the phone. No wonder.
And by the way, it's the Palestinians' autonomy. They have autonomy in the Palestinian autonomy. They self-govern.
Correct. Daniel, I went there in my last trip, which was just 2 weeks ago, like less than a month ago. So you can see they have their own areas. I mean, it's just weird that they're complaining about understand it.
So do settlers not attack Christians? Or vandalize their churches ever?
Okay, this whole thing of the settler thing, I don't fully understand. Last time I was in Israel, which again was within this past month, I went and visited with the Jews who have liberated Judea and Samaria. I don't even know why they call them settlers. They're artists, they have little businesses.
Liberated?
Liberated. I get a box of food from them every month. Yeah, liberated. Yeah, liberated. Like
Decolonized.
Liberated.
What?
Decolonized. It was colonized and it was now decolonized. It's now free.
Correct. And by the way, Palestinians were there. We don't have a problem with them. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, you hear what do you call it, the muezzin. Up there, and they go to their mosque and everything, and the Jews are doing their thing. They're doing their jobs and all. By the way, we're pouring free aid into these people too, including the United States is giving these people aid.
So maybe these people talking to the New York Times are lying. I guess this one woman's restaurant was torn down 4 times. She's physically attacked by them. I mean, I do see.
I think it's freedom of expression and freedom of press in the Palestinian autonomy or in Gaza, that people are free to tell the media whatever they want, to criticize what is going on? Like, do you believe so?
Well, I mean, obviously this article's what people are reporting, but I mean, I've listened to priests, but I've listened to priests. Hold on a second. I've listened to who is this?
This is a musical break. Nobody likes that music.
So, I was actually just getting to the group.
I've listened to enough priests.
I was dancing just now.
I've listened to enough Palestinian priests that that say all this shit happens. But I guess maybe I should believe really not priests.
Yeah, they're all lying. Okay.
You should ask yourself. You should ask yourself. For example, how many of them are criticized? Well, according to the recent outlets, like in Israel, you do hear all kinds of voices, from the most radical right to the radical left. If you only hear one voice and only one negative, you should question yourself.
Now that's a good catchy tune.
Erika. Thank you, beautiful song. You know what that?
If you only hear like one voice,
Brings up a lot of
like
memories.
you have two Israelis who have three opinions, and you have two Palestinians who have one opinion, and you ask yourself why.
Well, that's simply not true, is it?
I mean, it does. Well, the Christians, but it seems like the Christians of all the denominations do. They do have quite a bit of criticism for Israel and what some Jews do, how some Jews treat them. I don't know, but aren't there a lot of the settlers? Don't you have a lot of extremists? You don't have a lot of. Well, hold on a second. Are you going to tell me that a lot of those settlers?
Are you going to tell me that they're not?
Daniel, hold on a second.
To the settlers.
Daniel, hold on, Daniel. Daniel.
You are an extremist. Aren't there a lot of French extremists? Aren't there a lot of
Sure.
I mean, dude, what do you want?
But yes, but this is because it's gonna play into my point. Weren't a lot of the settlers weren't they ultra orthodox and considered extremists in comparison to the rest of the Israeli population?
The ultra orthodox are actually not really settlers.
I mean, if I recall correctly, you did have radical groups that the Israeli government was getting pissed off at, because a lot of these people, their kids were not going into the idea, and it was their sons and daughters that were having to respond in the West Bank in order to quell things because of these Turks starting it. And so, why should I be surprised they wouldn't fuck with Christians? I mean, overall, they feel the land is theirs.
I'm not saying that the disciples focus on that.
Wait, the land is
if you assume that
those Jewish settlers believe the land is theirs.
In Jenin and Ladoga, you have like terror camps like full of guns. If you believe that they're not being attacked as well, then you're like lying to yourself.
By Christians?
No, by Arabs.
Okay, but Arab Christians?
Well, sure, the leader of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine.
Yeah, and this was what, in the fucking 70s and the 80s? When are the Christians doing it now?
It tells you that there are Christians in the Arab extremist groups as well. They're a minority, but they're present there. And I'm not sure
it's not just Muslims. I mean, why do you think it's only Muslims that are having this jihadi ideology of like the Free Palestine ideology is also by Westerns? Do you think that people there are not being radicalized or being influenced? It's nothing to do with like Muslims. But there are Palestinians, there are Arabs, Palestinians, and they're having a jihad against Israel. Their entire existence, the entire national identity is the destruction of Israel. This entire Free Palestine movement, that is what it's all about. It's not about helping Palestinians, which are Arabs, to be honest. The entire concept of Palestinians is just as a tool against the Jews.
Wait, hold on a second. So are the Palestinian Christians, are they Arabs, or are they largely people whose ancestors come from the Levant?
Palestinians are Arabs. They just branded as a national identity to try and wipe out the connection of Jews, to the land. as they did with Al-Aqsa Mosque, as they did with changing Judea and Samaria to the West Bank. It's all about the erasure of the Jewish connection to the land. The land of Palestine is our land, and they try all kinds of things to manipulate it. Those are Arabs of Palestine. If you look actually in the book that I have in my PTR, this is like the meaning of the disaster. That is basically the Nakba. This was written in 1948. This is the origin of the word Nakba. The word Palestinian is not even mentioned once there. And by the way, the refugees are mentioned in 3 sentences. One of them is criticizing that the majority of them picked up and left before they even the first bomb. Not ethnically left, they left. They ran away. They called them cowards and impotents and whatever. 400,000, by the way, not 160 million.
They walked away.
Are you welcome to?
Went for a stroll in the park.
400,000. No, listen. If you try to use logic, you just said in 1948 there's a war starting, okay? You know that there are 7 Arab armies coming to go to war. You are not a soldier. Yes, you pick up your shit and you live. Why is it so radical when it happens everywhere in the world that there are refugees? It's just like, look, in Ukraine, as soon as the war started, yes, hundreds of people got up and left. Why is it so radical, Chief?
Millions left Syria.
Well, will there be another back?
Because there's a child.
Does Russia get to pick them?
He knows nothing about
We offer those that want to live in. We offer those. I got it, man. It's like it. We offer them those that are exposed to come and live. And if you would, we offer. Yeah, you get 100%. Enough. We offer those that want to live in peace. They could come back and they are living with a brutal state, and they stay that they are with. And we do, I say, sweetie, reality check.
It's about what you think.
Can I finish my sentence? Let me fucking finish my sentence. Aziz, can you let me finish my sentence? Just let me finish my sentence. Can I finish my sentence? The reality is that we invited those that want to live with us in peace to stay. And if you look at reality, not leaders, not opinion, not me, over 2 million of them live as equal rights citizens in Israel, while the Palestinian autonomy and Gaza and all those places are Judenfrei, free of Jews. So talk about genocide, talk about ethnic cleansing, but don't talk about us. We are a free democracy with equal rights for everyone that is peaceful. The people that we are fighting on are just not peaceful. They are not the victims, they are the aggressors. The ones that are peaceful are equal rights citizens.
Very well said, by the way, Daniel. Very well said.
Right, well, this is the problem, right? What you're doing is you're claiming to be a democracy, but it's not your fight.
We are a democracy.
1 second.
What you're doing is wasting your time on a chat app, talking nonsense day in, day out.
We're children now, we're grown men.
Wait, Aziz, do you know what a
Let me
democracy
finish my point.
Well, no, I was one word. Use the word democracy.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
Nobody's afraid. You know what the word
Let
democracy
me make my point.
Don't be
I'm not
afraid.
the definition game, Norman.
Don't be, it's not a definition game. So we claim to be a
Right now,
democracy.
we're not saying effects, Norman. We're not
All right, guys, I dispute that it's a democracy.
Okay, wow.
Hold on a second.
Okay, wow. Okay, this is, you have 2 Catholics up here running this place, and you guys are being very naughty. So, please, one at a time, just answer the question about democracy, and then without you interrupting, or just finish the answer.
Right. So, Norm,
Yeah,
if
you
you could
just
just...
prove that it's a democracy.
Norm!
Listen, Norm, if you could be quiet and I can...
Well, no,
Norm, no, let him finish.
Stop barking.
I'm agreeing with you.
Stop barking, Chihuahuas bark, the big dogs.
No, nobody's barking. We're asking you about your statements.
So anyways, I'm
talking to you in English words.
Let him finish. Norm, stop.
Norm, come on, control yourself.
Those are first and those actions.
Come on, masculinity, think about it.
Alright, no personal attacks. Okay, just get your answer.
Well, I was going to make the point that we're talking about
Get to the
democracy.
point.
Okay, Aziz, Norm, I don't want to have to move you. Don't do that.
Don't be afraid, Norm. When you speak, I'll stay quiet.
Get to the point, Aziz. Aziz, don't be afraid to get to the point.
Alright, guys, this is so childish. Just Aziz, just hurry up.
Yeah, so I was going to make my point, but I'm not interrupted.
Hurry up, Aziz. Hurry up.
Norm, you're gonna get dropped, dude. Stop. Come on, you know what you're doing.
He's afraid of what I'm going to say to heaven, right?
Wait, get to the point. Why don't you move him? Why do you keep talking about moving him? Move the seats.
Right, so anyways, before I was rudely interrupted, right? So you're talking about engaging the war with a population that hasn't had an election in like 25 years, right? You're meant to be a democracy, so that should speak volumes about the way you should be treating these people. There's people, like 30% of the population were not alive the last time there was an election, right? More than that, right? And so when we talk about collective punishment, if I could just finish my point. Those people, the Christian, one second, if I can finish my point. There's Christians, and there's Muslims, and there's Jews there, and there's Jews that say, one second, I keep getting interrupted. There's Christians, and there's Muslims, and there's Jews there, and all three in unison, there's groups of them that say that the state is not treating us fairly, and they haven't had an election in 25 years, so this is collective punishment, and we know it, because you're saying,
Israel's fault that they haven't had an election. That's so weird. Your claim that Israel is not a democracy by saying that Palestine is not a democracy, yes. Palestine, or like the Palestinian Authority, is not a democracy, but we are a democracy.
I said what I said, but if you care about hostages, what if you categorize them as hostages?
You said what you said. Which one is a democracy, which one is not?
Well, like I said, if you care about hostages, what if you categorize them, given they haven't had an election? What if you categorize them as hostages? Well,
why didn't they
have an election? There are many countries that are not a democracy. There are many countries that are not a democracy, and it's not our responsibility to go and liberate them. Go and advocate for them. I never heard one free Palestinian, one of the pro-Palestinians go and advocate for elections in Gaza or in that. You guys are quiet about it. The only way that you care is if you blame Israel for it. Go and advocate. I support you. Go advocate for an elections in Gaza and in the West Bank.
Yeah, we support you.
Some of the most prominent voices
support you. If you want to have an election, we support you. Go ahead. You should run for office.
The ex-leader of the Shin Bet. The ex-leader of the Shin Bet said,
I run for office.
He said, I would attack.
You want them to be a
Alright, enough, Norman.
But what is the connection to the election? As you explained to me.
Let's talk about democracy.
Okay, let's talk about this. Hold on a second, because Daniel brought up something that's interesting. So I just grokked this. And so I asked the question, did Jews or Palestinians have more Levantine DNA? And,
I didn't mention DNA, by the way.
I answered very good.
Well, because you said, they're Arabs. Hold on. Well, because it's the Levantine, or the Levant, okay? So when it comes to quote-unquote who's native or indigenous, that's going to be the people.
We're all indigenous.
Yeah, but the Palestinian Christians and Palestinian Muslims have more Levantine DNA than Jews.
It's not a question of
But you said that they're Arab, therefore they're not. You said they're Arab, therefore they're not natives. So if that's the case, then you guys don't have you have even less Levantine DNA than them.
No more. Let me correct it because it's exactly what I said. So first of all, I said that there are Arabs. You made the conclusion that it's about indigeneity or whatever. Okay, I said that they are Arabs, which they are. By the way, there are many groups, and the Jews are obviously also indigenous. Now, when you say Levantine is not the West Bank or even Palestine or Israel. Lebanon is also Jordan, it's also Lebanon, it's also Syria. And no one said that Arabs didn't move and immigrated. Actually, there's documented hundreds of thousands of them came from neighboring countries when the Zionists came and the British came because it was lucrative, there were many jobs. But to say that they were living in the same building for thousands of years, well, that is a bit of a stretch. Yes, they are all from the land, but they are different people. They are Arabs. And the war started because it was Arab nation. The Arab nation started the war against the Zionists. Two different groups, both of them indigenous to the land. But the land is not just this.
No, but they're more indigenous. Like most
they're not more.
But the indigenous is from where your ancestors came from. That's what it has to do with.
That's right.
What does it mean more indigenous?
But they have more of their ancestry comes from that.
Hold on. So you're saying that theirs is less diluted means that theirs is more recent and ours may be more.
Well, that shows that they should have every bit as much of a claim over the land.
Right.
They could never claim over the land, but the land is
Because they're from there.
Right.
Yes, but Jordan, hold on. Jordan is also the Levant. Lebanon is also the Levant. Syria is also the Levant. They can beat it. It is part of the Arab nation, national identity, culture, food, people, language. What's the difference?
Do you know who has? But this is something that, you know, that's what I thought was the case, but I had to double check and ask the question regarding Palestinian Christians, but they have even a slightly higher percentage of Levantine DNA than the Palestinian Muslims.
So maybe they're from Lebanon.
Listen, you want to talk about the Christians? Look at Lebanon. Once a Christian country. Bethlehem, where the Christianity came from. Nazareth. Like, dude, the Jews are not the problem of the Christians in those areas. This is where the birth of Christianity started. What the fuck are the Christians? I know. You think that we have to cleanse them? No. And you want to focus on what's happening in the West Bank? Look, neighboring, no Jews in Lebanon. Where are they? Where are the Christians?
Well, that's fine, but you guys have, for the most part, the ultimate control over, or the final say on the affairs of the West Bank, or I'll just say Judea and Samaria. And I would argue that these Palestinian Christians belong on that land. They're from nowhere else. It's their fucking land, and they should be treated well.
They're amazing, but they live, unfortunately, in a place that became like very ideologically inflammable. There are terror groups that are harboring there and launching attacks, and then, you know, go and hide. This is the tactic when you do, how do you call it, not equal warfare, I don't forget.
Asymmetrical.
Asymmetrical warfare. They cannot win with the same ammunition that the IDF. So they are resorted to use things that are not appropriate, like, you know, go attack and then hide behind civilians or within neighborhoods. So unfortunately, this is the reality, and we are forced to put security on it.
Well, Daniel, let me ask you this. So, if I'm somebody who's 100% of my life been Corsican, you know, my ancestors are from Corsica for centuries and centuries, and one day I convert to Islam, does that make me any less indigenous to Corsica?
No, if you keep on just, I don't know, go to work, I don't know, pay your taxes, do your whatever, then who gives a fuck? So why decide that because you're a Muslim, now you have like a role to become a martyr and slaughter Jews, then that is the problem.
Okay, so with that being the case, if it's the land of my ancestors, but I'm now a Muslim, and we know from DNA that I'm of the land, and my ancestors were, who is it another group to tell me that I should not be on my land because I'm of a different religion?
Nobody's telling you that. The only problem.
No, you get Israelis that are definitely saying, oh, it's our fucking, or Jewish Israelis saying it's our fucking land. They would take over Judea and Samaria.
Hold on. One doesn't negate the other. One doesn't negate the other.
You can be from a place, Pepe, but it doesn't mean that you have sovereignty. Sovereignty is a matter of law. As of right now, that land was ruled by Jordan. And Jordan attacked Israel. And Jordan lost. And Israel
Why do you keep people's land after wars? You don't have to do that. That's been done. It's not
That's a good have you seen all the hang on.
But just one distinction before you move. I said just one distinction about what you said before. The fact that this is our land, it doesn't mean it's only our land. And I think that in your head, you're adding the word only, ignoring the fact that right now we have a quarter of the population that is not Jewish. The Arabs are Muslim. Not only for us, not only for us. Very important
That's our
distinction.
Declaration of Independence, and that's in our law. The only people that have to leave Pepe are the violent people who attack the Jews. Those are the only, and by the way, they attacked Muslims and Christians too. You know, the leader of the Yahya Sinwar, he was in prison in Israel for 20 years. You know what he was convicted of? Killing Palestinians. They murder their own people too.
You know,
That's why
I'm not defending Palestinians.
But you're asking an interesting question. So if someone is indigenous, he doesn't have to answer, and then I would question you. So yeah, if someone is indigenous, why are Jews not allowed to buy land in the, like, move into the West Bank, into Palestinian autonomy? You know, the rules should be applied. But Jacob, sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. Pepe, you said why don't they give it back or something like after the war. Are you familiar with Gdansk in Poland? Are you?
No, was that when?
That was Danzig in Germany.
Oh, when
right?
Germany took it over?
Yeah. No. When after the war, they got that. Are you familiar with Bolivia? Used to have a Pacific port. It's now currently landlocked. They attacked Chile, right? Chile responded back and won the war. Now that land and the port in northern Chile is now Chilean, and Bolivia has to truck stuff to that port.
I still sure. I just still think it's super fucking sleazy. Taking advantage of a situation that you ended up coming out on top of.
This is the law.
No, it's not. He used advantage of its knowledge. So there was a genocide at the end.
It's called winning.
I'd like to war. There's something that defending ourselves.
A war of aggression, you lose your land. That's one of the penalties of starting the war of aggression.
It's only logical, because if they didn't lose the land and it was a war of aggression, what is to say logically, Pepe, that if they, for example, like, this is a serious question, if they let them come back, where is the guarantee that they're not going to do another war of aggression and kill thousands of people in the future?
I'm sorry. You can say it's law, but it's like somebody starts a fight with me, I punch him in the face. He doesn't want to fight anymore, so I take his wallet. It just doesn't seem. It just seems
That's also not the situation.
I think it's like your roommate punches you in the face, and then you diffuse a fight, and then you say you have to move out.
All those analogies all those analogies, we're talking about like states and borders and international law, and all those like things that you're gonna if you
they never really measure up.
Yeah, and then
listen, guys. Have you guys seen the settlers, what they do to the Palestinians and
What's the settler?
Palestinians, what they do to the
the
Israelis?
settlers, man? Have you seen with them with the M16s?
What
Have you
are
seen
they
the
doing?
settlers with the M16s?
They're liberators. They're decolonizers. How are they settlers?
I think
Man, it's settlers, man. They are very aggressive,
What makes
man.
them a settler?
Man, they're really aggressive against Palestinian people too, you
We're
know?
fighting against terrorists, man. We're
And
fighting
they,
against
no, the guys in the...
Come on, we've seen the.
Man, the guys...
You're gonna tell me that they don't.
Against children.
You don't think you're gonna tell me that these settlers ever end up fighting with and provoking fights with the local Palestinians?
Yeah, man, yeah. These settlers are always coming with guns.
You guys are acting so naive.
We're in a war. There's no question about it. We're in a war now since October 7th. On Judea and Samaria as well as in...
No, it's been going on. No, the settler, the shit with the settlers has been going on for years.
Yes, man.
This area is the Wild West, okay? Wild West.
Why can't Jews...
You guys have your own fucking country. Leave those people alone.
Why? Wait a second.
No, we don't. This is part of our country, dude. Judea and Samaria is part of Israel.
Listen, last time I was in Palestine, man, I seen settlers, man, guy, he's fucking 12 years old, man, he got a gun on his side.
That's
12
What about it?
years old with a gun on his side. Do you think that's dumb or stupid or this is smart or what do you think about it?
I don't think it's smart, no. But
This is not smart at all, man, he's young.
so what about, so yes, I agree with you. We should keep children away from fighting, right?
The settlers, man, should respect their territory.
Listen, if you are not abstaining from the cell phone today, Hashem is going to strike you down with lightning, and you're going to die today.
Okay, thank you.
The vote is hope for everybody that is done with the Shabbat.
And even also, you give us $1,000.
Yeah, because they care about the Torah, for sure.
So,
They've never seen one.
I mean, I think
they care about the Torah. Of course they care about the
Back to
Torah.
the conversation, not with the vote.
yeah. So no, I still have lots of unsatisfactory questions. For Israel, people who are pro-Israel. Now we all know what the Palestinians do wrong. We all know what it's saying. Twisted culture. A lot of them. But we know what it's saying. Hold on a second. Hold on, Daniel. Hold on. So we know the kind of sick and twisted culture a lot of them have. We know the terrorism they do, the barbarism. I mean, these guys, we all know it. We know what they do. And so, I mean, but I do hear a lot of complaints, and I do feel like that it's always brushed under the rug, and I just never really hear that good of like satisfactory answers. Like, I don't see how one country can be perfect. Like, that's fucking asinine and impossible.
So you're talking about the barbarism, the terrorism, the violence of the Palestinians, and then you're surprised where the Jewish settlers there, well, they have services. Like, yes, I ignore all those like crazy people that just want to genocide and commit terror attacks on a daily basis, like shooting people.
But
Like,
he's the prime
why
minister, so it's difficult.
Who's prime minister? Who's prime minister?
Oh, they mean the Jewish people, the terrorists?
I thought you were talking
What,
about.
you mean the democratically elected prime minister?
What are you guys talking about? Okay.
Because you
I'm
talk
not sure what's your point. You want it to be like what? Olavi David, that this would be like a paradigm? It's not. That is the reality. It's a very violent area. So it's a very violent area, and I did it to resolve. I mean, like looking at it, it's so ignorant to kind of, oh, why are they acting like this? Yes, there could be like 1,000 settlers that could be violent. I don't think it's even 1,000. I think it's about 400. So what? So I would say, okay, I would say people are being in United States, Jews are being like burned alive and executed on the streets. And now I put that paint like a big brush on all, I don't know what, pro-Palestinians that are doing this. Why pro-Palestinians attacking and burning and executing Jews in New York? Why don't you do something about it? Your government does.
Sure. Well, if Biden hadn't been president, that turd would have never been in this country. So,
well, you have another turd that executed last week.
Holocaust survivors with knowledge of cocktails?
well, obviously, I'm not for that.
Mohammed
Yeah, I mean, he was a foreigner. He's not even, you can't even blame that on Americans. This is a total fucking foreigner who's here.
You won't make that mistake again.
But the settlers, those 400, you want to blame that I would need to talk. No, I'm asking you to explain to me and justify it, because that's what you asked me to justify for. What's the prime minister? What are you talking about? This is
all of the people in the cabinet. It's not just random settlers like
What are you talking about? You don't even know who's
yes, the prime minister is going to Chihuahua and he throws them out of cocktails.
If I can just speak,
Just
the examples you guys give are so full because you're using random.
Which example?
Once again, if I can just make my point.
Sure.
These are terrible examples because you're using examples of like a random attack where a man attacks like 3 people.
What example is terrible?
Well, 1 second.
What's random about it?
Whereas I am giving examples of the leaders of
It's
the
systematic, repeated
What
attacks.
problem do you have with the leader? Tell us the leader.
I'll explain all of them. I can give you Smotrich and
Well, then start with one. Start with one.
statements. I don't want to get into you know what I'm talking about.
Oh my God.
Hit yourself.
Well, you don't like
That's
the
not my job.
statements.
I think we were talking about something else. We were talking about something else, and now you wanted to talk about Bibi Netanyahu. From Bibi Netanyahu, Prime Minister, now talking about you're saying nothing.
But you're talking from a significant perspective.
So what you wanted to say the Prime Minister? What is the Prime Minister? So what did the Prime Minister say or do that you have a problem with?
The democratically elected
Let me
prime
explain, right? This is the hypocrisy. When a settler does something, it's trivialized. If a random American man kills like some Israeli or something, it's the biggest deal. You know, it's the hypocrisy.
No, not an Israeli, a Jew.
There's a disparity.
No, that is the hypocrisy that you guys are asking for questions about this, but not about this. Yes, you expose the hypocrisy and the double standards.
Sure. So it's not double standards. So here's where what I'm seeing, and from even that, because I wouldn't call it a documentary. It was a segment from that Louis Theroux guy when he went to the West Bank, and it didn't shine a positive light on
That was debunked, by the way. They eliminated the footage where they provoked the settlers before they started the camera rolling. And somebody was filming it on a cell phone and showed what they did to get that.
He even said that someone sent him this, like, documentary. No, go on. I watched the documentary. And you can also. Okay, you didn't watch it, right?
All right, so it's debunked. That's fine.
Nothing that I'm saying is a lie. You can go and watch it and verify it.
For everything. Why is it?
Listen, he says himself that the video was sent to him. He didn't document it like the rest of the video of the movie. The only thing that you saw was sent to him. He said it, and you can also see that it's different quality. Go and watch it.
Okay,
I
so
watched it. It's on
so do you think
45 minutes.
Do you think that So it's at least it's the impression I get. I did not look this up, so I can't make the claim, but the impression is that when the IDF responds to a fight, a skirmish, whatever's happening, they're generally taking the Israelis, or I should say the Jews' side, and letting them basically letting the settlers get away with a lot of abuse and shit.
Well, actually, we jail a lot of Jews as well. We do enforce the law. Did you watch the documentary? We jail a lot of. If somebody breaks the law in Israel, they pay the price. Israel is very strict about the law. And
well, I haven't looked really research into this. I can only tell you what information people are trying to convey, and it's hard to tell. How much of it is.
I think it's very simple to understand that when Hamas launched this war, they knew that they cannot win over Israel militarily. They knew that they were taking hostages, exactly what will happen, including when they did the barbaric acts. They knew exactly that they would get the response. They knew that they would hide behind the civilian, and they knew that there would be civilian casualties. This is exactly what they wanted. The entire thing, the entire thing, okay, the entire war is actually happening in the legal space and in the media space. It's meant to defame, to vilify, and to ostracize Israel. And we are bombarded with reports, daily reports, unverified. Right now with this humanitarian GHF that now will cut off Hamas from their income, they're really obsessed. Every day you get like 31 died, 51 dies, and everyone runs with it. The entire thing is basically just flooded, and yes, many people fell for this echo chamber because they keep on echoing each other. The UN is then reporting from the HRW and Amnesty, and then it goes to some kind of committee, and then the BBC, but they're all echoing from the same source. You need to have more clarity about who is right and who is wrong, what is good and what is evil, and exactly the practices of the way that they're doing it. You need to understand what the entire Palestinian cause is, which is the eradication of Israel. They are saying it, they are calling for the Father, they are saying from the river to the sea. You start to be looking at things and have a very more clarity. This is a test. I'm telling you, I will end with this. Humanity and society is now going through a test. The humanity and the society as a whole, yes, including all international NGOs and UN and everything, we are going through a test, moral test, and very few now have more clarity. And I have more clarity, which is backed by history and by facts and by morality and by law. Okay? I have everything on my side, and above all, I have the truth. Right. Which is most important.
Right. Shout out the truth. So, let me get this right. So Hamas wants
you don't care about
Hamas wanted you to kill those women and children. They baited you into killing the women and children. They made you do it, right? They made you do it. They basically you raped them. But basically what they're saying is, right, you raped the woman because you wore a dress. You wore a dress, that's one woman. So you raped her. That's what they're saying. You're blaming the woman right now. That's what you're doing. That's what you've done.
I was actually not talking to you, Aziz, because I don't think that you have a chance for more clarity. I was talking to Pepe, that is critically thinking and can actually go and check everything that is being told.
Well, I'll say this regarding accountability. Hold on, Normo. Regarding accountability, I would say so. There's one American. The foreign guy, I don't think that's because of rhetoric that he had here in America. There's no way I can know for sure.
He chanted free Palestine. Yes. Exactly the way they do it on the campuses. Okay.
He's in America. Why wouldn't he do it?
Free Palestine. So he was influenced by the radical Free Palestine movement.
You don't think that him being a foreign Muslim right from that area of the world would probably...
No, he maybe had less to lose, I don't know. But they're doing other stuff. Maybe they didn't get the chance to actually hurt, but not from lack of trying.
Well, I would say the only...
They're vandalizing. I mean, and not just in the United States, they're vandalizing. I mean, in the United States, they attacked one of the Jewish mayor's houses. So yeah, he didn't...
John,
he wasn't...
No, it's talking about a governor.
Governor. I mean, it did. I mean, I don't remember all the... I mean, I can find like the timeline of all those attacks, but it's not just like random. Like running for. Most of them are like idiots, okay? I admit, okay?
Sure.
They're coming from this, supporting the oppressed, and they need to justify to themselves that they're still on the right side. So this is kind of like, it's a narcissistic position.
No, I know.
About,
No, I agree. And I would say the one American homegrown terrorist was the one that went into the museum and shot the Israeli couple.
Rodriguez.
He was clearly radicalized here from rhetoric here.
And you have the guy that burned himself, You have the guy that burned himself here.
And by the way, with Palestinians, when you say rest in peace and all of this stuff and celebrate this white Christian Western man killing himself for their dog shit cause, that you guys are pieces of shit. I'm just letting you know. To encourage a Western Christian to set himself alive.
We did not encourage.
No, I'm saying the Palestinians did that.
I know. They believe in death.
No, but the Palestinians celebrated online afterwards.
He's a martyr for the cause. He did something for the cause.
Yeah, but that's anti-Christian. You're not allowed to martyr yourself like that. It's sick.
Celebrate death because he had mental illness.
Clearly. But it's the same thing. But you need to understand, all those things are good for the cause. The same as a photo of a dead child is good for the cause. It's only one side that benefits from the death of any civilian. Okay, only one side.
So maybe something what Iran said about the guy who shot the people in Washington.
We are not targeting civilians, and we are doing more than any other army in history and in the world to prevent and minimize civilian casualties. I will tell you another thing, and listen to this very important sentence. There have never been an entity in the history that did for the Palestinians more than Israel. I will repeat. There have never been an entity in the history that did more for the Palestinians than Israel. You said that the women everything before you is manipulation. There's never been a single entity organization.
Well, I will say this. There is one guy I've talked to. There is one guy I've talked to several times in person. It's been several months, but his name's John Spencer, and he's a urban warfare expert.
Professor.
And he was somebody. He was an officer in the 173rd Airborne. He was part of the group that did the first jump since the Vietnam War
Absolutely.
in Iraq. So this guy was actually, he's also experienced a lot of combat. Now, he's actually broken this down a lot. Now, the thing is, though, when it comes to like really dense urban fighting, which unfortunately Gaza is very dense and urban. The ratios are actually, from how he was putting it, extremely low for what you would expect in that kind of environment.
70% of Gaza was destroyed. Imagine 70% of how much you got? No, how much? Which man?
John Spencer.
Okay, so I'm not. Nothing is debunked.
I'll tell you how he was about.
70% of Gaza was destroyed, and you have like 20,000 or so civilian casualties. If you can be more accurate than this and more,
You can't debunk him. He's the world's
careful.
I'll show you how. I'll show you how. If you allow me.
Undebunkable.
I'll explain how.
Well, just entertain him and let him say. Like, I don't know what he's gonna say.
Just let me explain how he's publicly debunked. So, here examples of the urban warfare examples that he gave. A lot of them were pre-World War II. So one second.
Most lands from the
One second. The examples of urban ground warfare that he was using were from like moral conflict. Any kind of it was a lot of them were pre-World War II.
Moral conflict.
So one second.
Mosul was pre-World War II.
1 second, Norman. If you could just stop speaking,
from the Iraq.
we're getting this done a lot quicker.
Alright, hold on. Just let him. Even if he says a bunch of things wrong, just let him go. It takes 10 minutes just for you.
Yeah, no, let him get it out of his chest, and then we can continue our conversation.
Let me get it out. So, like I said, the reference books that he used as examples for prior urban warfare conflicts that were on the ground were, a lot of them were pre-World War II,
And a lot of them, well, when we reflect on the, one second, when we reflect on those, one second.
We get it.
One
We
second.
heard that. Let him finish.
Okay. If I could just finish one point.
What's the point if it's talking about pre-World War II?
One second. A lot of the wars that he was using as reference points, we look at them now as unjust and undignified wars. So
okay, but it was after 42, so your comment was irrelevant.
So the average in the urban ground.
Those fightings, we heard you, but Aziz, they were after. You can check when was Mosul, and you can check that it was way after. You were just wrong, so.
Unbelievably uninformed. It's embarrassing.
No,
but we heard you. Okay, go ahead. You have something more.
Everybody at the same time.
I made your point. It's
let's just
illusion.
But I want to say this though, for Aziz, I did hear him when he was talking about it. He was talking about Mosul. They had like 1 million people. They had 1 million people killed in Iraq, and that was mostly urban fighting.
Right, but that's terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible.
But that's not pre-94. That's not pre-World War II.
And you think World War II was unjust?
No.
Anyway, so, hold on. Okay, so thanks.
You can't compare Afghanistan, because Afghanistan was mostly rural fighting. It was fighting on mountains.
So, he was an expert of urban warfare, but actually also went into Gaza. And you can also, probably you didn't counter Natasha Ausdorf in terms of like the legal perspective, and people that are expert, not people that are comedians, and not people that are commentators, not people that kind of picked up on this project of like defending troops in the last 2 years. Go and listen to experts.
Like the Holocaust Council of Britain.
Did you know what? At the end, they need to. At the end, those are facts, and there's truth. And truth. The problem with their lies, it's they always kind of contradict themselves. And truth cannot contradict itself.
Do this. Don't just make the point. Don't tell me that my source is incorrect, because I will tell you yours is incorrect. So just
your facts are incorrect.
Because what you're doing
is
you have some moral.
I understand. I can listen. Aziz. Listen, I tell you what's the difference, okay? I will tell you what's the difference, okay? I will tell you what's the difference. I'm exposing myself to both sides. The things that I'm going to admit to when I'm reading Al Jazeera, and I know all the and I understand them, okay? And I could have debates. Your side cannot acknowledge the nuances. Hold on, please, and you are shutting down voices that are uncomfortable saying. Every time that you are confronted with something, you respond to it. And the reason is that yes, I look at both sides, and then I make a conclusion. Both sides only looks at one side, and makes a conclusion based on one side. Because if you
popular people.
Aziz, we can't use morality when it comes to this. It's literally when you engage, for whatever the reason the war is being fought, when you're engaging in a dense urban environment, how you fight is a lot different.
What do you mean you cannot use morality? This war is 100% moral, dude.
No, we can't use morality when judging the effectiveness of killing bad guys. Hold on. We can't. Morality is not part of the judgment. When you see, hold on. Let me finish my point. Morality does not come into play when judging how many combatants versus non-combatants were killed. That's rather binary. So it's not a moral calculation. It is literally how effective were they at killing the bad guys without killing innocent people.
Because the morality you apply it, the reason why these wars started.
No, we're talking about John Spencer's calculations. We're talking about John Spencer's. But he talks about how they fought urban warfare.
There are two like opposite forces. One that is Israel that is doing their most best and more than any others to minimize the casualties, while the other side, unlike any army in history, and not when it was written like the international law when an army is supposed to protect the people, their side is trying to maximize civilian casualties because it's good for the cause. So this is the war that we're fighting. And after all that, with all the destruction, all that, they compare the bombs to Princeton, Hamburg, London, New York, the buildings are combined jets. We're talking about total of 50,000. We took 50,000, we also have 30,000 that were executed by Hamas. We have all the people that just died of anything, and we have much more civilians, largely 90, and militants. We just extracted it in most deaths, like with all those things together, you would understand that Israel is fighting a war, just ended the war, and excellent.
You have people
You know, it's only one thing. That's only one thing that I said. There's only one thing that I
The problem is though, when it comes to night vision and thermal, those can't see through concrete walls and stuff, which is kind of why urban fighting so hard to do.
How many urban battlefields are there where you're giving them the food and the water and you're providing them electricity?
Actually, we are now like only once, actually for the first time.
It's not like the other countries.
Actually, for the first time,
they have an
with the Gaza humanitarian fund, for the first time, since that actually getting to the humanitarian aid, the Mexican something inserted.
So you have to compare with the Japan.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
General Aziz, how many countries for?
Sorry, I hear an intellectual voice.
He doesn't even know where it is, Yaakov.
How? Can we hear Yaakov?
Shut up. Participants, let up. You have no. Let you have.
Remember, you better behind me.
Yaakov, you had a question. Yaakov.
I'm a coward who's begging. Okay, remember, you gotta mute the space because he's gonna interrupt.
I know. Okay. We're not trolling in this room, so.
I hear a lot of criticism. How would you prosecute this war, General Aziz?
Well, look, October 7th is a tragedy. First and foremost, I would investigate the day itself, because that can never happen again. Following Israeli.
Okay, we did that. Now what?
Right, well,
Shut up, El Normal.
Well, I'm the general.
Come on.
Well, when I'm the general,
I have to throw him out.
well, when I leave him in the kitchen, when I leave in the kitchen, just let him bark.
What is that again? What's that?
Let me make the kitchen. Let me make
What about the kitchen, Aziz?
I'll leave you in the kitchen. You can bark in
What
the
do you
kitchen.
mean by the kitchen?
You're acting like a woman. You're acting
How
like
is
a
that?
woman.
Why is that why you keep interrupting? Because you're a woman?
You're acting like a woman.
Alright, hold on a second.
You're a real piece of shit. Fuck your family. Why would you get rid of this guy?
Okay.
No normal's dick. Fuck you in your ass. You fucking genocidal white bitch. Fuck your mother.
It's time to get rid of him, Pepe.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Issa Ecola.
He's a funny troll, but like it's not the time.
I don't find it funny. What's funny about it?
person.
He is funny. Come on.
No, he's not a troll. That is him.
He's been arrested numerous times.
He's
something crazy. That's just informing for the FBI actually now, because they busted him, and now they're getting information from him about Clubhouse. That's what he's doing.
Can we have a conversation?
Yaakov had a question.
Yeah, go ahead. You come.
Okay, so
He wants to attack, and then how do you prosecute the war?
Let your home go.
you guys, this is how you prosecute the war, not investigate it, but your enemy has done something to you. Now you've got to do something against the enemy. How would you?
So now, okay. So
you're saying this is wrong and that is wrong and this is wrong. You can't do this. So how
what
would
would
you
I
have
do?
done it?
Ask me what would I do? I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mentioned the investigate. We'll move on from that. My first step, I would begin the military campaign. I would. It may be a month, it may be 3 months, but I'll tell you what I would do. I would be aware of the optics. I would say to myself, well, listen, we have an enemy in Hamas. We have an enemy in all the surrounding nations. Do I want to go and try to deal with? I mean, what is the ultimate?
Hold on. Israel lives with that. Israel understands that they're surrounded. No Arab armies have invaded. The question is, how would you prosecute the war in Gaza?
Right. Well, I was
never going to answer, Yaakov. You're probably
he's
the
asking
wrong
me.
guy.
Nobody's asking me.
I know, but I don't think you're going to answer.
Nobody's asking me.
I know, but
Let's
I
give
don't
it
think
another 30 seconds. Let's give it 30 seconds.
Give him 30 seconds.
Nobody's asking me. So
Because
He doesn't know
what I asked the question. Aziz,
Give me 10 seconds. I put a timer.
let me tell you my question, Aziz. I asked the question because in everything, even in my own life, it's easy to criticize my wife's cooking. It's harder for me to be the cook. So
That's right.
Well, Yaakov, I'll tell you what it is, man. I would have begun a military campaign to try to, to let them know that we would.
So you agree with Israel?
1 second, Norman.
Yeah.
Come on.
So you agree with Israel?
Norman, just grow up.
No, you're gonna grow up.
After me.
I understand. So you
I'm
agree
gonna
with
grow
Israel?
up.
Just stop taking drugs.
So you agree with
Not on this,
Israel?
not on Clubhouse.
Guys, give me 30 seconds.
Are you
Last thing like minutes.
You stretch it out by several minutes.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Get to the point.
Have you ever, like, if you do see somebody say something wrong, okay, the term, give them enough rope to hang themselves with, and then you can make your rebuttal.
How many times does he have to hang himself?
Surely, Norman, my logic will be so bad.
How many times do you have to hang yourself, Aziz?
Okay, let's not ask him that. Let's just let him answer how he did things differently.
You have anything to add, Aziz? Go ahead.
Right, so anyways, look, where was I? Yeah, so I would have a military campaign.
Military campaign, like Israel. That's where you were.
Okay, Norm, Jesus Christ, dude. Calm down. Who knows? Let him go.
The tactics is what I'm getting at. The tactics.
Well, guys, we're like 5 minutes on this jerking off. Can we move on?
Right. Nobody has to stop. You can't control.
No, let's give it 30 seconds. And, wait 30 seconds, and if it doesn't get to a point of an action within 30 seconds, then, let's,
Tactics.
yes. 30 seconds, go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you for that. I appreciate that grace for me. So yeah, like I said, I would have a military campaign, but I would bear in mind that this was a terrorist attack that they probably can't replicate. So Hamas's military capability is significantly lesser than that of the other Arab nations surrounding as well. So I wouldn't double down on it, purely because of the potential opportunity costs of trying to eradicate a kind of relatively insignificant army in relation to the other Arab nations around. I don't want to ask the funding to deal with that threat, which, in my eyes, the day after October 7th was the safest day for Israel, because it's kind of like they're never going to be able to do that again. We're not fucking up the borders that way again.
Okay, there's your 30 seconds. That's after your 40 seconds. Good job.
1 second.
There's your 40 seconds.
I literally said nothing.
He said he's wrapping up. Just let him wrap up. Let him wrap
But
up.
what did he say? We asked what he will do.
Let me just clarify. The goal is to get the hostages, right?
I understand.
The goal is to remove Hamas. Hold on. That's the goal of Israel. Do you agree? That's what the stated goal is. The question is, you've been you and a lot of other people, and it's frustrating, granted, that have said Israel is prosecuting this war incorrectly. Look at all the deaths. Look at all X, Y, and Z. The question is, how would you do it differently? I honestly wait for someone to cogently respond to this.
If I had to agree with some sense that you guys have, that Hamas would do exactly what they did, and you guys are absolutely right, they want the death, then I would have said I would have flattened it a hell of a lot quicker then.
I agree with you. We should have done it faster.
Right,
You're
but
right.
again,
You're totally right.
I'm not gonna lie. I would
Yours is immoral.
have probably also wanted to hurry up and get it out of. The longer it takes, the longer it will be out of people's memory. So that would be my idea.
Here's where morality comes into play.
But I would say at the same time, though, I don't think they could have as low of a ratio when it comes to civilian versus combatant if they just brush it.
You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. So we're doing it.
The very low ratio considering we're facing with an army that is trying to maximize it.
Doing the most moral way.
By any standard, if you take into account, listen, as this is your problem, your side, you are missing the context and the nuances, and you are not willing to listen also. Are you willing to listen? Because if I will give you the context and nuances.
It's a new law. I promise.
Okay, you don't have. Okay, you have no. Daniel's talking now. You had your 30. Now it's Daniel's turn.
We won't have this ratio.
Now
It's not just urban war, okay? It's an urban war.
No, it's Daniel's turn, is it?
Do you understand that when Hamas, for example, does not use uniform, it's not just against us, it's against the Gazans. Do you understand this? This is not normal. The tunnels that you have all around Gaza, this is something that you didn't have. Then launching rockets from within safe zones or using hospitals.
Yeah.
They're basically using it intentionally.
It's actually illegal for countries to use militaries when you don't have a uniform. And you also
the problem is that international law was written.
Port Geneva Convention says, you have to only hit the military. It can't. So every rocket that goes out of Gaza is a war crime because it's not targeting a military base. It's randomly firing into civilian areas, and you have to wear uniforms with insignias. You have to carry your weapons openly.
You know, talk about the hostages and the conditions and
what? What is it?
Are Hamas capable of eradicating Israel? No, the answer is simply no. So
are they what?
Are they capable of eradicating Israel? No, they're not.
It's not about it. What is this legal test? What is that legal test? The genocide conventions talk about wiping out the whole nation or a part of it. But this is what they're doing. 7th of October, legally, by the definition, is a genocide.
Correct.
By the definition. By any, you want to read it, we can do it together. Would you like us to read the definition together?
I'm trying to understand what's the difference between a civilian and a civilian.
They can't hear you, bro. They can't hear you.
I'm saying if you
Anyway,
so what, I guess I'll ask it this way. Would invading any ethnic state be inherently a genocide? Because I understand that.
No, war is not a genocide.
there's so much wrong with the question itself that shows me the way that you do not understand history or the reality. I think that you are a bit too far, and I don't think that you're honest also on your question. Because I don't think that you are, I don't think that you're in pursuit of truth. If you are in pursuit of truth, you will not be using the word ethno-state.
Well, then
Which I do not understand. Can you know what? Maybe I don't understand. Or the word genocide, by the way. Can you tell, or invading, by the way. Can you tell me, what can you explain to me? Maybe I don't understand. What is an ethno-state?
You can be from any country and get citizenship based on your ethnicity. The state is an ethno-state.
Not based on our
You have your citizenship.
No, based on our
ethnicity. Like Germany, for example? Like Germany? Like Germany?
That's an ethno-state.
That's a genocide.
Like France? Yeah, like those countries?
How about
all those countries are against them?
No, I'm talking about Israel.
Just Israel.
Not just Israel.
We're talking about all of them.
But all of them are ethno-state. China?
There's nothing wrong with an ethno-state.
Well,
I'm not sure exactly what it is. What's your point with?
I'm trying to understand.
Because you use it. Hold on. You asked it as part of the question. It's invading an ethno-state. Like that was part of the condition, and I'm trying to understand what is
Yeah, because
an
I don't
ethno-state.
understand how a single attack would be considered genocide.
Okay, good question.
Because the definition. Okay.
Oh my God.
Hold on. Do you understand that the genocide?
People
Louis, I want to understand if he ever, because he said it, oh my God, why do you make noises? You think it's helpful for the conversation that you make noises? You want to say something?
Okay, I
Is it informative that we can learn from?
because they want to kill all Jews, then fair, fine.
No. Listen, if you want to talk with yourself and also have the answers of what I would say, you can have a conversation with yourself. But I'm here to answer. You don't need to ask me what I want to say to you. I'm asking, did you read the definition of genocide? Because I said I don't understand how this is considered genocide, and I want to know if you even know what's this. Are you jerking off or what? Can you mute up when you're making like all those? I'm asking you the question, and I want to understand. You said I do not understand. I'm trying to understand where we're starting. You understand the definition of genocide? You know it?
Sure, yeah, it's to want to wipe out a group of people.
It's what?
To wipe out an entire group of people, right?
No, that is not a genocide. That is not the definition of a genocide. Genocide is, first of all, about the intention of doing something, and then there are like 5 different actions that one of them is enough with the intention to constitute a genocide. And we can read it together if you would like. If you want to Google it for you, and then we can read it together.
I think you should read it so that they
Yeah, I mean, you could have just simply said that am I wrong? That it's because they want to kill all the Jews, then their intent is to do that, and then so it's a genocide.
because they want to and they try to. It's both the intention and the action.
It's the intention and the action. It's together, like proving the intention by like proving the intention, and that is very hard to prove the intention. But in this case, it's way easier. It's not just statements, okay? It's documentations of plans of like textbooks. It's actually it's not visualized. It's not just like a statement of like 1 minute. So the declarations, we have politics. So these declarations of politicians, what they're saying is like stuff like everybody take your knives, everybody, you know, there's a Jew next to it, just slaughter them. And we will rip their Muslims and do it. And like, it's not like this. It's not just those, like, it's not like you can say, oh no, they meant to try them and they just, no. It's like flat out, kill the Jews. And all the other evidence, like textbooks and like plans, including what to do and what they meant when they attacked, and they deliberately attacked civilians. So those together, the action with the intent constitute the genocide. And we are trying, and then they committed, and they promised to do it again and again and again and again. So, yes, there is a genocide, and there is an attempt at genocide, and we are the only one fighting against it right now.
Yeah, that's right.
So you kind of always that
It was a classic example of a genocide.
Yeah,
with
so
the
you always
intention to destroy all the Jews, and then the action, and their action. For example, the kid calls home to his mother and says, Mom, listen, I killed 10 Jews with my
the
own
Prime
hand."
Minister says that we need to kill them all, something like that. Yeah, that's what.
But he didn't say it.
So that's kind of fucked up as well.
Well, the Prime Minister.
What did he say? Okay, so I'm willing to listen. Can you give me the full quote? No, maybe we missed it. Can you give us the quote of the Prime Minister that he said?
Tell us the quote.
Yes. Don't feel like why we need to fight. He's saying something. I'm here to. I was willing to now read the Geneva Convention, but yes.
Let's
What did Netanyahu?
Give me the quote.
What did Netanyahu?
tell us.
Give us the quote. Let's read together. Give us the quote.
If you don't mind not speaking.
Go ahead.
What did Netanyahu mean when he referenced them being their Amalek? What did he mean?
Give the reference. Yeah, give the quote.
What is that?
Give the quote. Let's understand. What, are you listening to us?
They are Amalek.
I'm willing to wait. You want me to bring the quote?
Take your time.
You want me to bring the quote?
You want the exact quote? I'm pretty sure we all know what it is.
Yes, the exact quote. Let's.
Because that's what.
Because if we're gonna hold on, no more, 1 second. If you want us to give you context to it, okay, and you say the reference to Amalek, which you probably don't know, and you know there's a difference. For example, go into or go remember. Yes, like words do matter because this is exactly why you bring it. You say words matter. The word Amalek is mentioned this, and I'm saying let's see what context. Because just mentioning Amalek, you know, he likes said Amalek. Do you think that now anyone died? No. So let's bring the quote and understand it together.
It's a good idea.
So this is the problem. This is the problem, right?
Wait, the problem is we need to hear the
I'll tell you the problem. I'll tell you the problem.
The problem is
the problem. Yes,
I'll
what's the problem?
tell you the problem. Right? Is that there's explicit mention, right? Explicit mention of intention. So you can say, oh, it's not a direct order. Well, it doesn't have to be an order. It has to be a statement.
let's hear the intention. Let's hear it.
It has to be a statement
wanna
that
hear the
incites.
intention?
It has to be a statement that
No, actually,
hatred.
I understand. Do you think that if you say things to court, that will signify an intention of like a system of orders to go and genocide people like this statement? Do you think that it would be enough for a court of law to determine genocide?
This is considered hate speech. It would be considered hate speech. It would be considered inciting violence.
Okay, read us the quote, we're gonna see.
Yes, it would. Yes,
Read us the quote, we're gonna see. Tell us.
It would. Yes, it
Tell us what he said.
Incitement of violence and hate speech you conflate with genocide?
Well, as a leader of a country, if you're
So, do you have any idea what he said, Aziz?
If you're using hate speech as a leader of a country.
Aziz, do you have any idea what he said?
You you're promoting a genocide.
Aziz, did you hear what he said at all?
I heard
Just somebody go through. What's that?
Well, I don't know if you understand the concept of war, but when you go to war,
Sorry,
then you talk and you say, we're going to annihilate the enemy, we're going to destroy them, we're going to kill them. Yes, war is about destruction, about weapons. Did you hear about like stuff like army? And you know why like soldiers have tanks and bombs and weapons? It's about like a brutal force in order to make the other side do what you want. That is war. It's not a new thing. It's not a new concept for Israel. It's a concept. I'm sure that you know the soldiers or you heard about the concept. That is what we do. It's about defense. And in defense, you shoot, for example. You understand the concept of like war. It's not a fun thing. It's a horrible thing. It's a thing that the Gazans started. It's a thing that the Gazans continue to have. And you know what? If it's a fucking genocide, how could they say no to it, to stop it, to a ceasefire? Like, make it make sense. How could they say no if they are starving and suffering and genocide and Gaza is being destroyed? How can they say no? Can you try and answer for me, Aziz? Or you?
Both ways, no?
Huh? Well, no, answer me. No both ways. I'm answering you. If they're starving and genocide and ethnic cleansing and all the things that I'm saying to every day, every day 30, 50 people are being executed by the F with this what we hear. So why don't they refuse to the ceasefire agreement
And give the hostages back?
Because they didn't vote for Hamas. It's been 25 years since an election. You are killing them with collective punishment. You are
I'm talking about Gaza. This is not Gaza. So I'm asking you, if it's so horrible, why are they not leaving Gaza? Aziz,
children in their hands.
Why you cannot handle it, huh? This is why your side. This is why your side is, you understand? This is exactly your side. You cannot do introspection. You cannot, everything that you can do is only blame Israel. So I'm asking you again, why don't they sign a ceasefire? Why don't they release the hostages? You know what your side did today? Aziz, you know what
they don't want to.
So we have to do it. And I understand, do you support? I understand, so we have to do it by force, Aziz. Exactly.
No.
They don't want to.
They don't want the hostages back.
What they do?
So you know what? If you think so, what's the, okay. No, let me play with this for a second. So if that is true, and this is the problem with life, it will never make sense. If that is true, why are they holding the hostages? And you know what? If that is true, why don't they, let me ask you another question. But you said, hold on. If we don't care about the hostages,
people's lives,
including let me play this. Give me a minute for, no, please. It's really like, this is the way this is why the lie don't work, okay? So on one hand, he says, Israel doesn't want the hostages. But on the other hand, it's a leverage because Israel do want the hostages. So I suggest this. Why, if Israel doesn't want the hostages and they are doing this war, not because of the hostages, Hamas should release the hostages and expose Netanyahu for not wanting the hostages and continuing the war despite it. So I'm asking you again, why do they hold the hostage? It's not a leverage because it is saying they don't want it. So why not expose it? You have like more and more reasons why to release the hostages. It will end suffering. It will end suffering to the Palestinians. It will end suffering to the Israel. It will expose Netanyahu. Everybody will be happy. And then there will be like pressure on Netanyahu because he will have no more excuses. So why don't you call for the release of the hostages? Why don't they release the hostages? Can you make it make sense? That is your side. That is your side of morality. You know, we are on both sides of morality. Yes, I will finish. I will answer. We are on two different sides of morality, okay? And I want you to explain your side. Why your side is holding the hostages and not releasing them today?
Right. So I'll explain. So my side is not Hamas.
Yeah, your side is Hamas.
You are the side of Hamas. You are the side of Hamas.
Question. 1 second, guys. You can have your little circle jerk after. Let me just.
Well, why is it a circle jerk?
Right. So
How can it be leverage if we don't want them? There is no leverage. Right? What's that? We don't have any hormones. So if we don't want them, Aziz, if we don't want them, then there's no leverage, right? Right?
You need, what do they call it? Testosterone replacement therapy.
So, no, I think you need to let your testicles defend, Aziz. Aziz, have your testicles defended, by the way? Aziz, have your testicles defended? No, you are being rude. You're already rude. That ship already sailed.
Alright,
So, Aziz,
alright, enough. I don't want to hear it.
Aziz, if we don't want the hostages, then where's the leverage? Explain.
Can I answer his question?
No. If we don't want the hostages,
Why are
where's
you
the leverage?
answering the question? Why are you answering the question?
If we don't want the
Why
hostages,
you answered the question, Norman?
if we don't want the hostages, where is the leverage, Aziz?
Why, Norman?
Aziz, if we don't want them, where's the leverage? You said there was leverage.
Question? Is this a what is
The leverage
Why am I answering two questions?
You want to finish the...
Because you're stupid, Aziz.
You want to kill them.
Let me answer his question.
Aziz, hang on, Aziz.
No.
If we don't want the hostages,
I'm going to answer Daniel's question.
well, answer mine. You made a statement. You said they're holding them for leverage. Is that right, Aziz?
Daniel asked me a question.
I understand. You said that they're holding them for leverage. But
I
if
don't
we
care
don't
what I said.
I care what you said. I want you to learn, Aziz. I want you to learn, Aziz. I want you to learn, Aziz. So if we don't want the hostages, then there is no leverage, right? So you should just let them go, correct?
Right, so let me answer the question.
Is that true? Do you agree?
Right, so you're going to be quiet?
There is no leverage, Aziz.
Right, you're going to be quiet.
No, Aziz, have your testicles defended, Aziz? Have your testicles defended, Aziz?
No more insults. Stop it.
There is no leverage if we don't want the hostages, correct? Anybody disagree? Let me answer somebody else. Wait, Pepe, let me ask Pepe. If we don't want the hostages, do they have any leverage then? No, I'm asking Pepe. Pepe, now hang on. Pepe, if we don't want the hostages, then there's no leverage, correct? Anybody?
Well, they would have leverage.
Then they have no leverage.
Yeah.
So what he said doesn't make sense. So now we go back to if you want to end. Well, no, I'm asking Pepe. You didn't know the answer. You didn't know the answer. So let's know. Nobody's scared. You didn't know the answer. Pepe, it's okay. Pepe answered the question. Do you disagree with Pepe?
You sound afraid.
Well, afraid of what? Pepe answered the question.
Yeah.
If I were afraid, then why are you not answering the question? Aziz, that's a personal
Because
attack.
you do this thing where you start speaking.
No, it's not that I do this thing.
So that was why I'm...
Aziz, do you agree with Pepe, or do you agree with Pepe?
Right, so
Then
do I
if
get
we
to
don't
answer
want
that
the
question?
hostage, do you agree with Pepe?
Right, so do
Because
I
if
get
we
to
don't,
answer that question?
Pepe, if we don't want the hostages, where's the leverage? Just tell us.
Then they don't have any leverage. It's all the leverage
Correct.
is the hostages.
Right.
Correct.
Can I answer the
Okay,
question now?
so then we do want the hostages back. So then if we gave the hostages back, then the war would end, wouldn't it?
No, it wouldn't.
Why not?
Because you're naive. You don't understand how this
No, but that's what we asked
started
for.
understanding on October 7th. I didn't. Alright?
No, we didn't start on
So
the
the hostages serve actually a lot of.
You have a very full
Number one.
understanding.
No, I
Not
don't
only
think
can they be used as.
You don't get.
No, hold on a second.
What's understanding? You haven't grasped
Disease.
the concept.
No, I don't think so, Aziz.
All right, hold on a second. Hold on. So, first of all, I mean, just the obvious example. Number one, yeah, they did use them as leverage for negotiating, and number two, it does make things a little bit more difficult for Israel because they don't want to be the ones responsible for killing their own citizens. They don't know where they are. Maybe they do. It's obviously, but it's secret. I don't have access to Israeli intelligence, so there's no way I can.
Neither does Aziz, by the way.
No. First of all, we do have, and I just when we already today, the idea is kind of surrounding the whereabouts of one of the hostages, I think it's in Khan Yunis, and Matan Sangauke, which his mother is very active for the police. So the pro-Palestinian people on Twitter are publishing Hamas propaganda with basically him in a bag, basically his body in a bag, and saying he would not come back alive. Also in Hebrew with a mistake, because even such a small sentence they cannot translate correctly, but to make sure that his mother is continuing to be terrorized. So the terror attack that started on 7th of October did not end. That we are still being terrorized. I mean, I know that this doesn't reach international news, or your one-sided media, but we are being terrorized by an inhumane, barbaric terror organization that is using their own population for public sympathy. So you will see the pictures of a dead child which Hamas sends you, and you will maybe not see, or maybe you feel so, also this body that
they're the bad guys.
they took a hostage, and they are holding him for over 600 days, tormenting him and tormenting his mother, which hasn't seen him and is fighting. That is what they did. Not just at Photoshop. Do you understand? We do not target any children, and the reason we don't blow up children. No, listen. You need to listen. What you hold on, Aziz, Judy. You need to understand. You need to understand that every second house in Gaza is with explosives. Okay? You have booby traps everywhere, including roads. If you look at those children and you see what happens to them, they were not bombed. Okay? They touched something or they stepped on something. This is why they're losing their heads and their feet. And the more you gaslight, and you are incentivizing terrorism. And this is the problem of the Free Palestine movement. You're letting Hamas commit awful crimes against their people, and then you gaslight and you blame us for it. Okay.
I mean, I just want to point out that if they really wanted it to end, they could give back the hostages. And then they said that we don't want the hostages.
They don't want the hostages, bro.
But then they would have no leverage if we
They
didn't
don't
want
want.
them. You might as well release them. You can't have it both ways.
No, you can't.
Now, we have said that we want the hostages. We have said that we want the hostages. So you have no leverage. There's no reason to keep them.
Explain how it works.
If we don't want them, then there's no reason to keep them, is there?
You don't get it.
No, you don't get it, Aziz.
If you don't understand, I can explain.
No, you don't understand, Aziz.
No, I do.
You just contradicted yourself. Do you see that?
No, you don't
You
understand.
said we don't want them. Then we said why? Listen. You said we don't want them.
Yeah.
Then we said then why keep them? And then you said for leverage. So you don't have leverage if we don't want the hostages.
I'll explain it.
Do you get it?
No. I'll explain.
Do you get that, Aziz?
You're struggling to comprehend. I get it.
No, I think you don't get it, Aziz. Should I tell you again? If
Well,
we don't want them, then you have no leverage. If we don't have what you want, then there's no leverage, Aziz.
You know what control opposition is, Norman?
Aziz, if
You know
we
what that
don't
means?
want them, then you have no
You
leverage,
understand
right?
the importance of appearing
Aziz,
to have
you have no leverage if we don't want the hostages, Aziz. So where is your leverage? And okay, explain where the leverage comes from. Please tell us. Why are they keeping the hostages?
Well,
No, you
I'm
don't
sure
understand.
Israel knows. I'm sure Israel knows it.
Why are you keeping the hostages?
France is not very big, you know.
Why are
So
you
they know
keeping the
exactly
hostages
where
then? Why are you keeping them then?
because you need an incentive to maintain your military aggression.
Who needs an incentive?
Whoever it may be.
Who?
The idea.
I get what he's saying. I get what he's trying to say.
But then why don't you just release them? You said it was leverage.
No, hold on. I think I get what he's trying to say, but he's not putting it out there. This is not necessarily what I would.
Why doesn't Hamas just
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
What makes sense is that he's saying he doesn't want them back because as long as, or Israel doesn't want them back because as long as the hostages are still in
There's a reason for
hold on a second. Yeah, they're in. As long as Hamas still has them, they can justify their continuation of the war. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, but then where does the leverage come
That's
from?
it. That's exactly
Well,
what.
no, I think he's trying to say they don't care about the leverage. In fact, he wants them to keep them.
Who doesn't care about the leverage? The Palestinians or the Israelis?
No, the Israelis.
Why not just? But then there's no reason to keep them.
But if they keep them, they can justify them like basically, I guess, destroying Gaza or some shit.
Wait, Hamas has the hostages, not the Israelis. Why not release
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly.
So why not release them?
Because look, let me put it really simply, right?
Yes, really simple.
If the hostages return,
Yeah.
then what happens is you've wrapped up this saga of like a terrorist attack, and then you attack the terrorists, and then you hostage back, and then you put a ribbon on it, and you say, well, that was a tragedy.
So Hamas can end the war at any time. The war's over.
Well, exactly.
Well, he's trying to say that he feels like Israel doesn't want to end the war. That's why he wants them to
Well, then give back the hostages and then you expose that. I mean, he made up the story that Israel doesn't want them.
No, I know.
Obviously,
That would
we
be the
want
logic. Like logic. If that was what the logic of Hamas was, then Hamas would have probably just given the hostages over. So I don't know.
What's the logic of Hamas? Why are they keeping the hostages? If they want the war to end. What's that?
It seems like they're wondering the stats are going to die.
They want to die. That's the answer. They want themselves to die and they want the Jews to die. They want to become shaheeds. So, Aziz, you have been victimized by a warped, corrupt pseudo-morality. And you're now believing, and I believe this comes from the form of your religion, which is jihadism. You have been warped into believing that somehow this is the fault of Israel, this war. When in fact it was started by Hamas, the Islamic Brotherhood, and other groups like the Islamic Palestinian Jihad. It's got jihad and Islam in the name. They are a corruption of Islam. They want to bring death. Anyway, by the way, the Iranians, who are Shia, want you all to die anyway. They want all the Sunni to die. They knew that they were sending these Palestinian Hamas to death. They knew that. Israel's a much bigger force. Ishmael, what's his name? Yahya Sinwar. Ishmael Haniya, he was sitting with $4 billion in Qatar. He stole all the aid money. And his other two guys, each of them had $4 billion. They split it up. They knew that all the Gazans were going to die. That's why they're hiding in Qatar. And you've been deluded by whoever's been talking to you that somehow this has anything to do with Israel. Hamas has been in control. Hamas has been in control all along. It could have ended on October 15th. All they had to do was get back the hostages. And then there's no cause for war. No, don't change the subject.
Are you not paying?
Don't change the subject.
You are paying.
Aziz, if you didn't attack, there'd be no war, right?
You supported Hamas.
Aziz, you're changing the subject. You're changing the topic. Money went to Hamas because we had wait, but they weren't. Money went. We facilitated what?
You facilitated Hamas.
No, we didn't facilitate Hamas. Hamas is the government. No, Hamas is the government. Hamas is the government of Gaza. You're not getting it. Hamas is listen again. Hamas is the government. Hamas is the government of Gaza. One at a time, please. Hamas is the government of Gaza. And they needed that money to feed the Palestinians. So we let them have that money. And the reason why it goes through Bibi is because the Palestinian Authority wanted that money, and so they froze the bank. So the money had to go through Bibi. And Bibi let them have that money, supposedly to feed the people of Gaza. Why they stole the money. But what they did was, no, we didn't round them up. What they did was they stole the money.
Feed the Palestinians.
Well, of course.
To see that the rest
right, okay. Everybody in this room believes that.
Well, what are they supposed to eat?
Well, hold on a second. Simon's trying to get in.
Let Simon get in.
Sorry, Simon. Is it fair to say that for every dollar of aid that goes to Palestinians props up Hamas?
I haven't got that through that much.
Not every dollar, no.
Ryan is a cracky.
But giving money to giving quote unquote aid money to Palestinians, isn't that also propping up Hamas? Because we know that they're the government, and then they use that to basically build rockets and lob them into Israel.
Yeah, they were supposed to build them into Israel.
It's every country propping them up.
I'll explain what the difference is.
Yeah, UNRWA gives them money. The European Union gives them money. Qatar gives them money. All of these people, get quiet for a second, all of these people were giving money thinking that they were feeding people. And in fact, the money was stolen by the leadership of Hamas. And A, they're sitting on the money in Qatar. There's not $12 billion in Qatar. And B, they used it to build terror tunnels and to buy weapons and to train to kill Jews. They deceived their people. The leadership of Hamas cheated their own people. And you've been deluded by them. You're part of the
defense. Thank you for your opinion.
That's not an opinion. I just stated facts. That money is literally in the bank. I just stated there's no opinion there.
We get it.
There wasn't any opinion there.
Right, we get it. So
there was no opinion.
Right, we get it.
Right. What do you get? What do you get? What do you get?
A lot of things. So we get.
You get the fact that we gave the money to Hamas to feed the Gaza. Do you get that part? Do you get that part, Aziz? No, what is it? Come on, say yes or a no. Do you understand? I go to the gym more than you do, Aziz. Do you understand? Have you don't defend it, by the way? When are you going to lose your virginity, by the way?
Okay, Norm, let him get out what he's
No
feeling.
personal attack. So just so you understand, the question on the floor is, do you understand? Do you understand? You don't have a girl, Aziz. Nobody wants to go near you. You stink. Do you realize that Hamas stole the money from the Gazans? Do you realize that? Ask the question.
Sorry, it was your girl. Sorry, I got your.
You don't have any girls, Aziz. You need to take a bath.
It was your girl, probably, not mine.
You need to take a bath, Aziz. You stink bad. You stink, Aziz.
I treat them the same. So.
You stink, Aziz. So you understand now that Hamas cheated its own people?
No, exactly.
Do you understand that?
Wait, but
Okay, let's hear from somebody else. It's got too much attention. It's going to his head. Aziz needs to go lose his virginity. Aziz, go on a date, Aziz.
Can we hear from Simon?
Go back on Tinder, Aziz.
Go on, Simon. Go on, Simon.
Go back on Grindr, Aziz.
Yeah, go on, Simon. Sorry.
Go back on Grindr,
Go on,
Aziz.
Simon.
Go ahead, Aziz. Go on Grindr. Aziz, go mute up. Go have some.
Yeah, I'll mute up, Simon.
Go have a nice mental
No,
life. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy, Aziz. Good boy.
Sorry, go on, Simon.
Good boy. Go ahead. Find the mute button, Aziz.
Right, sorry, yeah, sorry. So.
Find the mute button, Aziz. Go ahead. See if you can find it.
Okay, yeah. You can speak now, Simon. Sorry.
Good boy, Aziz. Mute button, Aziz. Good boy.
I'll let you speak.
Right, whenever you're ready, Simon.
If you can do it, Aziz. See if you can do it.
Okay, guys, both of you, please, Simon, talk. Nobody else.
Yeah, no, I just gonna ask this question that I did earlier. Just like, does all the aid money that the rest of the world gets Palestinians, is that basically propping up Hamas? Because we know that it goes to them. It's like if you give the government, which is Hamas, money, like we all know where the money goes. So
it's a brilliant question. It's a brilliant question.
We know that if you give money to Palestinians, you know exactly where the money is getting funneled to, and we know what the money is being used for.
But there's a distinction. There is a distinction, right?
What's the distinction, Aziz?
There is a distinction. You know, when you're sending bags of money as opposed to aid, you know, they're quite different.
That's how the aid goes there.
That's exactly. It's literally crates of.
No, they were sending bags of money from Qatar.
That's how the aid goes there, Aziz. You didn't know that. Because the Palestinian Authority closed the bank because they want the money.
These ships crates of cash.
But yeah.
The U.S. did this too, by the way. Oh, Joe Biden gave them $250 million.
Hold on.
Aid you can sell, you know, you can sell for profit.
Which is happening now.
What's the distinction?
And tax it also.
What's the distinction you're making?
Right, so the distinction is quite clear, right? One is just large sums of money from external bodies, right, which is very clear who it's coming from. It's not coming from donations to UNICEF, it's coming from Qatar, right?
How do you want to pay? How do you want to pay doctors, for example? No, I'm asking you, how do you think Hamas pays doctors?
That's the problem you're asking me while I'm answering your question.
But this is what is missing. What is missing is that Hamas is the government of Gaza, and when you want to pay,
my answer to the question.
right now we have the Ministry of Gaza, you have doctors. Doctors is not a profit. You need to pay them salaries, and when you want to give them money, it goes basically also for all those doctors and teachers. And this is exactly what someone is telling you. If I would now give money for the teachers and doctors of Gaza, I'm propping Hamas. This is what he's trying to tell you, and you're missing.
I have to go anyway. It's been a pleasure, man. Stop killing me. It's easy, man. Stop killing me.
You are such a waste of time as this.
Peace and love.
Honestly, I really don't know why we give it. Okay, thank you. I really don't know why we give it stages. It's such a waste of time and also the discussion. Why is this? Why is this? And you know, even when listen, there's a button called Live Quietly, okay, for a reason. Every time he's here, he's wasting our time
and the conversation is futile. And I think one can address, and that's what I wanted to tell you, Pepe. There's one side that can address and needs to provide answers and always needs to, is always on the attack and always needs to defend and go into details and facts. And the other side will never confront it with anything but Israel. And then they go back to what they know, which is the attack. We need to deal with the nuances. We do not get the narrative of both sides because we are being attacked with it. They deny even listening to the other side or trying to even confront their side. That is the difference. This is why when I'm making a decision, it's after examining all the voices. They only hear one voice with one side and one story. And when they say, no, I read a few historians, it's basically the same three ones that are echoing the same story. It's not like, oh, I read a multitude of opinions of different historians and then I got to my conclusion. No, they're basically living in this echo chamber of just the voices they want to hear. This is why it's a difference between our side and their side. Also in debates.
Well, I mean, it's a
we have the truth on our side and facts and history. So
the problem is that it's very difficult to have a side that is dedicated to truth and facts, and then there's a side that you just say, well, regardless of all the truth and facts, this is how we feel, and because of how we feel, you guys are murdering babies and children. And it's like, well, it's fun to say, like, let's disregard all the evidence, let's disregard all the facts, the truths about what's happening, and then based off like some arbitrary moral standard that you have given to you by Allah Himself. I can't. How can I contend with that?
They saw what is being incentivized in the liberal world, for example, and they're acting on it, and they're using like manipulation and falsehood.
The weaponizing it.
And they're exploiting it. I think that we as a society, as humanity, this is an attack on humanity. What the IDF is, you might think that I'm like, I don't know, extremist, Israeli, whatever, but what the IDF is doing is fighting in the name of humanity, not just Israel. And yes, not everybody has the moral clarity because they are getting bombarded with all this fake news, and then the Hamas is saying the IDF killed the F-31 people. Everybody runs with it. The IDF said nothing happened, and then people are well, we have conflicting evidence. We can't we have just one entity. We have someone who say something completely false, someone who say the truth, and then we're like, okay, so we heard both sides. That is not both sides.
The way that he's just left is basically how everyone who doesn't support Israel thinks about this conflict. It's just like we have some sort of like a moral standard that is, we demand sacrifice of the people who are doing this to women and children. Where if you drop all context of what is happening, it's easy to say women and children are dying. It's an abomination. Therefore, Israel is evil. That's the most basic reductionist type of moral evaluation.
No, it starts with Israel is evil. It's not a conclusion, Simon. It's the baseline.
Yeah, but why is
I think you have moved a lot of people.
It's indoctrination. It's indoctrination and incentivization.
I understand. I'm saying the fact that you're even saying Israel is evil. Okay, well, that's still a moral evaluation that's going on. Like, if you ask people, like, why is Israel evil? Like, they're gonna tell you some sort of justification, and it usually boils down to.
Are you guys saying hi like Israel? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Didn't you guys suffer by those guys? Like,
this wasn't me who made the room, it was somebody else.
Here we go.
It was a sarcastic name, dude. Like, nobody's taking his name seriously.
Yeah, but like somebody's grandparents died because of that shit. There's nothing.
Nobody here is taking it seriously.
We're Jews, dude.
I appreciate it staying up, Maybe for you it's a joke, but we are in a situation that it became like like normalize or trivialize the Holocaust and to call to blame us for the genocide. You don't understand, Pepe, how evil and sinister this is. To blame us for a non-existing genocide while actually promoting a genocide against us, while we actually suffered now a genocide that is still going on, where they are terrorizing us with those hostages.
Yeah, but what are you expecting from people who hate civilization itself? Like, you have the embodiment of people who are...
That is what I'm saying. The attack is on civilization, is on humanity. We are in the forefront.
That's what I'm saying.
Simon, this is the mistake we made. You're right, this is the mistake that we made. We thought we were dealing with people like us, and it's considered rude or inhumane from a Jewish perspective to treat people as if they're not equal to us. So we treated them like equals. Oh, they must want a middle-class life like the rest of the world. They must want to live in peace. All they want is a state. So we said, okay, give them a state. And then they said no, and said no, and said no. And then we have October 7th. And now we understand. They don't want a state. They don't want a true state. They want 48. They want all of it.
This is called Palestine. This is called Palestinianism.
That is correct. That is correct. But you see this, there's no way. You have there's no way I can really feel like I'm capable of having an accurate moral judgment about how Israel is responding. I literally don't know. Could Israel have done it another way? Sure, and that would have been better? Sure, but how would I know? Could it be that they're doing it the best way? Sure, but how would I know? When it comes to, like, even when you get, like, the Pope, who is obviously not anti-Semitic, he's, like, the most philo-Semitic Pope we've had, he would say, oh, it needs to stop, and okay, I don't think he's also black, by the way. Now, I'm talking about the Pope Francis that died. But hold on a second. The reason I'm not passing judgment, number one, I know what Israel's responding to. You would have gotten a military response had that happened anywhere else. But I always stop shy of saying it's right or it's wrong, because to me, I don't know how I can accurately make that calculation. I just don't know.
That is the moral agnosticism that a lot of people have. And it's crazy to me. Like, the way this war is framed, or should be framed, is it a battle versus civilization? There's a lot of people, I don't know how to feel about this. I mean, a lot of people don't know how to feel about the war. Like,
I'm just afraid to say what they
Pepe, you can also do this. Buy a ticket, go to Israel.
You have a person who's being very honest right now. I'm saying I don't know. But the problem is that is the problem. The fact that you have a group of people who are literal barbarians, like actual primitive.
I've acknowledged
versus people who are trying to uphold literally civilization. If you were to destroy Israel and you were to say, okay, we're going to replace Israel, the type of societies Palestinians live in, no human being on the planet would choose that sort of society over Israel. If you had to be born in a type of society,
yeah, but this is all
an rational human being. Okay, but then
this is the fight.
You can't say.
So what is the moral neutrality?
That's what I'm.
Okay, so I made this. When I said the moral judgment, I explicitly said not the war, not between Israelis and Palestinians, but is Israel's response. That is where.
What did I just say? The fact, basically, what you're saying is, like the fact that Israel is like defending themselves.
They're allowed to defend themselves.
Yeah.
They should just false flag and initiate the first attack, but everyone will go nuclear response.
No, that's not the way. We're trying to have like a serious conversation. That is too far away. Okay. Blaming the Jews is a nice trick, but it doesn't help no one. So if you think this stuff is a Palestinian cause,
I can understand the group of people that did it. They killed with not only carelessly killed, but you saw they looked like they were really enjoying it. This was like the highlight of their life.
I'm just saying
they streamed it to their families on the thing, so they will see it.
Your position when it comes to like did Israel go to war? This is all just what if. Okay, I've had this discussion with you. Basically, the people that argue Israel is that okay, you can't go fight this war, but go fight it with one hand behind your back.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm charitable when judging Israel in that way.
There's no reason unless there's actual like the military leaders of Israel are saying, you know what, go and just blatantly go and like
okay, no, this is such a shallow. You're using such a shallow way to judge this. Let me put things very clearly, okay? I think the Pope, who's probably a more moral person than I, says that he wants it stopped. I don't know that he's misinformed.
He is misinformed.
Hold on a second.
That's the thing. He's not on the ground.
Hold on. I understand. Okay, militarily, there's a lot of things that I cannot compute in my head. I'm not there. I can't be everywhere at once. There's many different ways people can look at this. I am somebody who says that I do not trust my own judgment, or I should say ability, to make an accurate judgment regarding how moral Israel's response is. I have not said that they've gone too far. I haven't said any of that. All right? I literally don't know. I think that there was going to be an ugly war to begin with, and I won't fault Israel for that. But in terms of how it gets carried out, I don't know. Like, how can you tell me, like, how can I say if it's fucking moral or not? I'm not the guy I'm not even somebody whose opinion really matters.
It's how weird that...
If you tell me that I'm going to judge each action by, whatever, I'm simply saying the way you judge it morally, because you're not a military expert or whatever, you give your moral sanction to the military experts to make sure that they know what they're doing. And unless that those military experts...
I already do that. You came in late. We already did that.
I know, but I'm saying unless those military leaders are advising the troops to just, you could just kill innocent people at free will, then you remove your moral sanction. So this is unacceptable. But unless you know that the military leaders are saying, listen, all of our actions are geared towards military tactics, and in order for us to achieve the goal, then there is no limit to what Israel can do that would be deemed.
I just don't know that you can say that. No.
Oh, I have to judge every action by
Sure. Okay, but once again, people are gonna look at it from many different fucking lenses.
But what's the matter how many people look at it? Truth matters, and you're talking about perception, and we're talking about truth. And manipulation of truth is not truth.
Why this happened? So let's talk about Jews. Why is there a good chunk of the Israeli population that also is unhappy with how it's playing out? I mean, I don't know which side is right, which side is wrong. Like what I'm saying.
No, everybody,
an accurate description.
Everybody in the Israeli society agrees with the objectives of the war. All of them.
They're not happy with it, but is there not a good chunk of the population that is not happy with how it's being done?
I tell you what, first of all, it's nuanced because we have two objectives here in this war, okay? And unfortunately, sometimes they contradict each other, okay? One is to destroy the current threat that we have, which are the hostages that are being, like, in inhumane condition and die. And the other one is to remove the threat. And it's really hard. Basically, you can say, okay, we agree to a ceasefire where Hamas stays in control and in power and with army. And we also, need to do this and this in order to get our hostages back. We in a way guarantee that something like this wouldn't happen again because we will not have a legitimacy to go and destroy them. So, and then they use it as like we don't want the hostages. And of course, there are many people that say, okay, let's do this now and then go and destroy Hamas later, which is a legitimate statement. I'm not sure it's realistic if they ask for like international guarantees for this, or if anyway, it's a very hard situation. So yes, there are a lot of voices. Israeli society is very, very vocal. You hear voices from all over, and some of them also, when you see a picture of a dead child, you are in this situation that you also wanna I don't know if we need to explain it or you. Like a lot of stuff, like I read about this, I just don't remember everything, but there are a lot of psychological ways that people address all those kind of images.
Well, I guess and that's why I asked how the Jewish-Israeli population, why they're kind of fought over what would this best strategy be. I'm somebody who I literally don't know. It's not even my area of expertise, and so to say like which way is better or the more moral way, I don't know. I don't fucking know.
So I tell you what, the military of we are fighting on a different fronts, and so I'm not talking about right now the fronts that we have with Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, Iran, not those, and Gaza and West Bank, all those fronts at the same time. But we are also dealing or not dealing in the international front. Basically, this is where the war is being fought: the media front and the legal front. And a lot of things, I think that we, in a way, or many of have this maybe notion of we are done explaining ourselves. So we do what we know is just, legal, moral, and humane, and we don't need to justify. And I think we do need to explain. We are always on the defense. We always something happens that we need to explain or doesn't happen. We're always in this attack mode, and we are bombarded with allegations and accusations, and none of them sticks. But it doesn't matter. The damage has been done. It's about bombarding us with allegations of genocide, of war crimes, of ethnic cleansing. Those things are happening all the time with zero proof, nothing. And yes, there could be a soldier that did something. No, I'm saying,
you haven't seen.
I'm not talking about you.
I also haven't criticized Israel for how how they're doing the war because of.
No, I'm saying that the Israeli. I'm saying that we could have. I'm not sure that people have criticism to the way that the army is conducting the war, because Israeli society is the army. Okay. We know the moral values. You cannot deceive us and tell us that we go and execute children. This doesn't work on us, okay? The pilots, they know the chain of command for every target they get. They know who's approving it, and they will ask questions afterwards. They will have inquiries afterwards. They will report things that they will see on the ground, okay? We have so this. I don't think anybody has a problem. I wouldn't say anybody because we have every voices, but we don't have a problem with the way the military is conducting the war. It's more about the way all those ceasefire deals and non-humanitarian, yes humanitarian, the international, the weapons. There are a lot of things that are being managed poorly. Not the way. It's not about war crimes or genocide or all that. It's the entire management of the war, not just the military that people are not happy with. You make a lot of decisions in the war, and you can sometimes do things better or worse or different strategy, and everybody's a critic. And we asked this question a lot: what would you do? We never got an answer. Aziz was now jerking off on stage for 20 minutes saying what he wouldn't do, or I would do it. First, I would do an investigation. Meaning, first I would see how I'm blamed for. This is their mindset. They cannot do they cannot think anything about actually caring for the Jewish people. When we are telling this game okay, you're the Prime Minister of Israel. 7th of October happened. This amount of people were kidnapped. This amount of people were slaughtered and maimed. And what will you do? I will do an investigation. This is the answer. So they don't see us as humans or worthy of defense. We are the blame. And this guy that came and said that 7th of October is a false flag, it's the same thing as what happened now in Boulder. That Twitter is saying it's a false flag, that we are basically doing it. That we did it. And when they said that they burned down the Holocaust survivor, no, that's it's always a Holocaust flag. So we need to understand that we are now defending ourselves. Yes, the world have a bit of a moral collapse and don't have a moral clarity. And yes, we are in an information age, and the Pope is misinformed. He's getting even the numbers that we are all kind of talking about, 50,000, 60,000, not verified. We are getting them from Hamas. The salvation allegation coming from Hamas. All those stories that BBC runs with about executions coming from Hamas. Airstrike, barbaric, inhumane, terror group. Listen, if Hamas is every day saying that dozens of civilians are being executed, there is starvation, no money, 70%, no water, no aid, 70% of Gaza is destroyed. Why don't they release the hostages? Those are the same people that are giving the BBC and the UN and all those people all this information. None of them is calling them to release the hostage. There is a moral collapse in the world. The pressure is not on Hamas, the barbaric, inhumane terror group that is using their own population, and death is a good thing. There's only one side that benefits from any civilian casualty in Gaza. Only one side. And that is the one with the red, green, and black colors. And it's used as a weapon against Israel. And people need to have more clarity, especially if they call themselves pro-Palestinians. But they cannot bear it. Because it will be, once they understand it, they will understand that their virtue signaling, their like narcissism, was basically a cover-up for inhumanity and immorality and against everything that they thought that they are. You know what? It's not an easy thing for people to admit that they're being fooled.
Well, nobody wants to admit they got things wrong.
But now there's an echo chamber, you know, this information coming out of Gaza immediately, once respected organization, but now morally corrupt, like Amnesty and HRW and this rapporteur from the UN are repeating it. And then there's a UN General Assembly that you know who's in the General Assembly, many Muslim countries that have no problem with this. It doesn't mean anything, it's a political thing. And then this General Assembly is set by some politician in the West, or like liberal or like radical left, and then it's in the ICC and it becomes reality. But the source is Hamas, and then the Pope repeats it also, because you know it becomes truth.
I'll say this is just my opinion, but I do think that when it comes to people in the West generally are going to root for what they consider to be the underdog, and since
this is exactly what Hamas got. That this is
yes, and that's where yeah, so that they're obviously playing into. They're gonna. The only thing they can get out of this war is through basically PR and getting the rest of the world to side with them through their quote unquote plight. So you know,
this cause has corrupted everything that we need for our humanity, from the UN to the legal bodies like ICC, and everything was corrupted by it, including mainstream media. Not talking about social media. Social media started as corrupted, but even mainstream media that are reporting complete falsehoods, complete fabrication, complete like Harry Potter. And it's now an echo chamber that people actually believe that this is true, that this is happening, that Israel is committing war crime, that Israel is targeting civilians, that Israel is even committing genocide. There are many people that would actually believe that this is true. See, but there are some Israelis that believe this craziness.
But you do not let me talk. There are countless numbers of videos which shows Gaza as hell or earth. Are they created by Hamas, those videos? Are they staged? Are they not true? The situation in Gaza is terrible. It's unhuman. And you cannot ignore it. You cannot ignore it.
No one said that it's...
You cannot ignore it. You cannot say it.
No one is ignoring this, Igal.
But you do.
Of course it's a war.
You do ignore
No.
it. Not like a regular war.
Sweetie, there's a war. There's a war. A war. Yes, there's a war.
2 million people live in hell. But
I didn't say
Hamas.
War is horrible. War is horrible. I said that Israel is not committing.
It's PR of Hamas. It's not PR.
No, so listen.
Deny it.
Igal, it's not what I said. I said that the war crime and genocide and targeting civilians.
You don't interrupt me. I support this war totally. The first stage, totally. I think that every Hamas member should die. But at some point, this war should stop, and it won't stop. The war continues because of political internal reasons of Netanyahu and his government, which is not able to for any political step which is needed to end this war. Because the way it is going now, it will continue forever.
I think Hamas also has a part in it, but maybe that's just me.
No, Hamas should not be part. No way that Hamas will continue to be ruler of Gaza. But
No, I'm saying that Hamas is part of continuing the war.
Please let me interrupt me. Fuck you. Please don't interrupt me. In order to replace Hamas, we need some alternative. But this government is not able to offer any alternative, because any alternative will dismantle this government because of the far right, which is against any alternative, any political move. This is the reason that the war continues. That's the truth.
You sound like a Jewish supremacist, that you think that we only have
I know.
The Palestinians have no agency and no responsibility, and only we are the babysitters and we are responsible. And Hamas has no responsibility, and there are no hostages, and there are no threatening. You finished, fuck you.
No, I did not finish.
Well,
all the Arab countries want the Hamas out of Gaza, and they are ready to cooperate in some solutions, some administrative and security solution. And first of all, Egypt, they offer it, but this government is not able to replace Hamas. But the price is that there will be no settlements in Gaza, and there will be no pushing out of Gazans. And some parts of our government is against it. They want more than they want more than the replace than remove Hamas, and they don't care about the hostages at all. They want much more. They want to rule the Gaza by Israel and to build settlements. That's the truth. And that's the reason that this government is paralyzed and to do nothing in the war, and this war which leads to nowhere continue, and hostages dies and soldiers dies. And by the way, maybe you do not live in it, you don't know, but most Israelis are for the end of this war. Maybe because you don't live in Israel, you don't know. But according to all Israelis want to end this war.
They want the hostages back, and so do I. I also no. Anybody, I also want the war to be over.
There is a price. There is a price. But this government wants to pay the price.
What is the price? To keep Hamas in government?
No, exactly the opposite. There has to be an alternative for Hamas.
So why doesn't Hamas, so if everything is la-di-da, and it's only Israel, why doesn't Hamas go to Egypt or wherever they want to go and release the hostages and end the war? If it's all agreed.
There must be an alternative for this.
Because the Egyptians don't want
them. It's a political plan.
So give the alternative. But
there are countries for this, and America is ready to cooperate.
But we are,
Egypt is ready.
We want the hostages and Hamas gone.
The one which is COVID is the Israeli far right.
You don't think that Hamas keeping the hostages and not agreeing to put down their arms doesn't have anything to do with this? It's just the Israeli government? Like hostages, you don't think that they are part of it? Okay, got it. I hear you. I think that having the hostages are part of it, and I also think that Hamas needs to put down their guns, and I think that Hamas is why we don't have a ceasefire. But you can blame Israel, and I would blame the barbaric terror, Jew-hating, genocidal organization. We can each choose our sides again.
I'll blame the Palestinians.
I believe the truth.
What an awesome reason to me is they're just going to give up the hostages, but not like surrender or put up their guns.
Well, can you speak a bit? You're speaking.
Yeah, if you didn't force them to like surrender their guns, like, do you think that like what is their like what's going on at the negotiations?
What's the alternative?
What are they asking for if there is
negotiations? The Hamas.
All the Jews to be dead? They're not?
They want the idea to leave. They were talking about the reconstruction. They're talking about releasing prisoners. They want to drag this release over a long time. So, like release hostages over a long time. And that
you forgot lots of Palestinian women and children to die. That's what Hamas wants to.
That's all the pro-Palestinians. It's good for the cause because you can use it to attack Israel.
Oh, look at the babies! Look at the babies!
No, the Zionist entity did this.
I will say this, like, and this is where there's no way, because you don't have like reporters or international press really there in Gaza. It's hard.
Even if you had,
hold on a second.
Yeah, listen, we heard the slave like a zillion times, just not.
Yeah, true. I know. But I know. I'm not talking about why they aren't there. What I'm talking about is it's hard for me to know to what extent.
I'm saying even if they were there. And then let's say they saw a bomb drop on a building. If you don't know the targeting, the intelligence,
I'm not talking about that part.
Secret, then they could report anything. And I tell you another thing. When reports came from reported were in Lebanon with Hezbollah, when they came out, and also from Gaza, when they were reported there, they showed that they were threatened, either them or their colleagues. They were threatened that if they would say something and you can also see this in the report, when a reporter would ask, like in Live and Al Jazeera something, and one of the Gazans would blame Hamas, they would kind of take the microphone away and say, oh, they were like, they're like conflicting, like let's move on in a way.
All right, so I'm not. Yeah, but I wasn't even going to be talking about that stuff. But like, I have no idea that to what scale or level people are being malnourished. They're not being treated for illnesses. That disease is spreading. There's a lot but we do see
reports.
Yes, and obviously it's hard. I have no way of verifying this stuff, but I do think it's very. Hold on.
You can.
Let me finish.
You can. You just don't do it. Okay.
Okay, but what I will say is that I think it is completely normal for people to, despite how the war started, for them to say this is human suffering. I don't want to see it. And especially when it comes to kids, we want it to stop. Like, that is a normal thing.
It's propaganda. It's a moral abuse. It's a moral extortion. Because during the ceasefire deal that just ended, when the siege started, okay, you can go to the COCAT website, which is the coordination unit that reports every single thing, and see the amount of aid that went in. The amount of aid that went in was enough for, let's say, 5 to 6 months, some say 8 months. It couldn't be done, and people couldn't starve within 2 months. It just cannot be. So the only way that could be is if the aid was diverted somewhere else. So if those reports are true about starvation, which they are not, the blame on Israel or siege or like blocking is just wrong. And that is the problem. It's not moral clarity. It's moral extortion. It's taking a child that is sometimes, all of the times that I've seen, was always sick. There was a baby that couldn't even process his mother's breast milk, but they exploit it in order to show a fake starvation. And then the rage of those people that are on TikTok needs to be addressed. So they say, okay, you need to do something, you need to attack Israel because they are to blame. That is the mechanism of this system. And then it's being amplified and amplified and amplified.
Well, sure, but kind of like we were talking about earlier, you have like Israel, the Jewish people themselves in Israel are rather divided, regarding the war. So it's like, I don't know. I mean, if the people are morally kind of divided in the country, the people that were originally attacked, I mean, it's like, how the fuck am I, like, as an outsider, it's kind of hard to, I mean, shit, that's why, like, I say that I can't really make a moral judgment.
First of all, you can buy a plane ticket and you can buy a plane ticket like a normal bill, go for a visit for 2 weeks, talk to people on the street, talk to Arabs, talk to Israelis, go to Jaffa, go to Haifa, go to Akka, go to the West Bank, go to Beirut, go see. Like, you're talking about this topic, and I'm not being cynical, but you talk about this topic, it's obviously like the most, I don't know, this area is like the focus, like, so go there, and I'm searching. If you would talk to the people, that most of them, you could ask them like, where did they serve? Are they serving now? You can go to the front line, the beach. You will see people with guns. You can go and talk to them. Talk to people. You will see the different views, but most of them will not be like equal.
But make the equivalency, like, I mean, like, if you ask, like, Americans when America was Afghanistan, it's not like it was even bad as thing, just as much as any country.
But it's not the same.
Afghanistan was pretty unanimous.
And like here we have
Iraq
like
war was definitely not.
I tell you what, because here you have an actual war that is actually the war on the ground is secondary. The war is the war of information, and that didn't happen in those wars. Iraq or Afghanistan, although they didn't kind of engage in propaganda, no, it was like organic. This is like a full propaganda machine war. That is the war about fabrication and lies, we are being bombarded on a daily basis.
The real question when it comes to, like, if you're going to make any moral evaluation, it's not like, oh, Israel is stopping aid, and then now kids in Gaza are starving. Like, that is a tactic of war. I'm sorry, like, which Israel is justified in doing. Like, they don't have any moral responsibility to the civilians, the women and children of Gaza. Like, that's not their responsibility. Their responsibility is, I'm going to protect and do what it takes necessary to protect the people within my geographical location. That's what a war is.
Yeah, but we have moral values. We do not starve the population, obviously.
Well, again, if you were to say that doing that is immoral, I would say that's a perversion, because the context in which you're doing it is not, yeah, well, like, we're two peaceful neighbors, and we just feel like starting the children in Gaza. Like, that's not the context. The context is that you're proud war, and to demand another country just, I mean, already.
Yes, but we're not involved with civilians in Gaza.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
No, no, we are not. No, listen.
Daniel, come on. It's like 87% in Gaza openly support Hamas. Come on. So you can be nice to the 38%.
I will explain myself, okay? Our military operation is not against the civilian. Our legal, our global, our whatever, yes, that is against the Palestinians or they're against us. But the military operation is not against the civilians, is what I'm saying.
Identify the civilians, that's not just an issue.
Gaza, or the government of America is at war with the government of Nazi Germany. Like, that's not what it is. It's Germany versus the world.
Yes.
You can't target citizens. It's always been against international law. You can't abuse, detain prisoners of war. There's all kinds of international law that you have to.
I tell you what, Simon, it's not the government, but it's also not the civilians. It's anyone that is involved in the war. Okay, this is the definition. It's not all the civilians, but it's also obviously not the government. In a war, you fight the army, and you fight the leaders, and you fight anyone that's involved in the fighting, not the people that are not involved in the fighting.
This is the problem.
Oh, Pepe, you should explain that to Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Correct. I was going to say that.
Or Dresden.
The whole point.
You should do it. Not America can do it. Not me.
A country. Okay. The purpose is to bring them to their knees, and so that this
right.
doesn't happen again. That doesn't discount.
Yeah, that's what BB's doing right now.
If you have to bomb a hospital, you have to bomb a school in order to achieve a military objective, and the school goes, the hospital goes, whatever has to goes in order for you to achieve it.
No, you do an assessment.
Yeah.
This is stupid.
You do an assessment. Not only you don't bomb a hospital if it's like, oh, but Simon, I'm sorry, like it's a bit radical. I understand where you're coming from, but at the end, in reality, there is law and there are rules of engagement and there are assessments that are being done.
You have to understand, who would go to war if I know I'm going to if I'm gonna go into your border, murder people, and I know that this.
Okay, so what is this? If Israel was to do the things that you were suggesting, the international community, the United States, everybody would say, "Fuck you, Israel. What you're doing is horrible. We're not giving you any more weapons." They would do all this. So that's stupid. Why would they do that? Yeah, but but it's.
Daniel, can I ask you a serious
But
question?
the condemnation would be clear. Imagine if you had, instead that hospital in where was it? The first big hospital, the tunnels in the northern part. If they would have, if you guys would have just like leveled it with bombs, with all of the doctors and nurses and kids being treated there, without having kind of methodically moved your way in like you guys did, you would have gotten the cut. That would have been so easy to prove that you guys committed a war crime that I think that the United States and the world would actually have said no, we're not standing by Israel in this fight. They went too far.
Okay, but
war crime, and that doesn't even fit the criteria of war crime. A war crime is.
If they would have bombed that hospital with all of the people in it and not have methodically moved in, yes, it would have been a war crime. What are you talking about?
That's not a war crime. A war crime is only, okay, because again, you have to, people just like to say words without actually having.
Okay, show me where in international law you'd be allowed to bomb a full fucking hospital.
Okay, there's no such thing as international law.
Great things on the law.
A war crime is okay. A crime means that it's enforced by law, enforced by the force. There is no such thing as war crime unless you, as a military.
Yes, the United States has the ability to pretty much make Israel's life hell if they were caught committing real war crimes.
That's not a war crime.
Oh, you're such an idiot.
A war crime. I'm not an idiot. We can call it
Okay, so what is it? So are you telling me if they would have just carpet bombed the whole northern half before dropping leaflets, if they would have literally not how people like to use it, but actually carpet bombed without warning all of northern Gaza, you don't think that's a war crime?
Actually, it's not a war crime because we are the only ones doing it. It's unprecedented and above the requirements of the law.
A war crime is only enacted if you are.
Can enforce it. I get it.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, amazing.
A war crime would be if I'm an Israeli troop and I just, oh, there's a Palestinian little child, I fucking hate her. Boom, shoot her in the head. That's a war crime that only Israel could try that person.
Okay, so when the Serbs, when Slobodan Milosevic, we know what he did to the ethnic Albanians and Bosnians. Are you telling me that he was not tried for war crimes?
This is perversion of what the concept is. That's what I'm saying.
It's not a fucking perversion. He was tried in international courts. Why were the Nazi Germans not tried in international courts? What were the Nuremberg trials?
Okay, you can take people within your population and send them abroad to get tried.
I just want to say one thing. The jurisdiction of those courts only comes when a country is unwilling or unable to do the trial themselves. So in the case in Israel, for example, that we have an independent court, and this just happened, they don't have jurisdiction, also because Israel is not part of the ICC. But if there is no country, or they're unable or unwilling to prosecute them, then is where they have jurisdiction. Just so you know.
Just so citing international law, there's no enforcement mechanism to that law. It's just.
And
Well,
also,
there is. If Israel was to end up literally nuking, the southern tip of Gaza tomorrow with everybody there, do you not think that there's a real possibility they would want, like Netanyahu, for example, to be tried in international court? That America would be demanding that he's handed over?
That's already happening. That's already
I'm not sure.
Yeah, the United States hasn't done it though.
Why are you saying
I got a question. I got a question for Daniel real quick. Daniel, if you had John Kitover's gauntlet with time stones and all that kind of shit, the stones, and you could snap your fingers. This is hypothetical. If all hold on, if all the Palestinians were gone in the Levant, and all of Hezbollah was gone, and also the IRGC was gone, like all the mullahs and everything were all gone, how much better of a world would it be for Israel in the Middle East?
Why did we have to answer this question?
I genuinely looking for an answer from Daniel. It's not even a joke question.
I mean, if we can get...
Because I have a reason for asking it. I have a reason for asking the question.
The people that live in those lands would have a better life, I can tell you that.
Yeah, how about
so you're saying if the terror organizations would not be in the area, it would be good for us.
Yeah, you have to snap your fingers. Yeah, you can snap your fingers, and the terrorist organizations are all gone.
Why would you even ask that? You know what the answer is.
Yeah. Right,
so let's fucking get at that and let's get that shit done. Come on,
yeah, nobody likes terror. I don't know.
No, I'm just saying, guys. Dude, 100 fucking 10% everything is one. All these fucking Jews on here saying, oh, BB says bad things, we don't like what he's doing. Fuck that shit. Let's bomb these motherfuckers and get this shit done.
Listen, I'm not a BB supporter, not at all.
Oh,
yes.
Fuck that.
Hold on. And said this, I am fully supportive of the war and what we are doing. We are not committing war crimes, we are not committing genocide.
Yeah, there might be other political things. There might be other political things you don't like about BB. I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
but I'm talking about the war effort. Just the war effort. Get the fucking mullahs and IRGC out of there, and Hezbollah, fucking the Palestinians out of fucking Gaza and the West Bank.
Yeah, but
the Lebanon and fucking Egypt, and we're good.
We are not fighting only them. That's the problem. We're fighting them while our hands behind our backs by the UN and by Amnesty and ICC and ICJ and media, and that is really not easy. I mean, we are said, okay, we don't need to justify ourselves, and we don't. We don't need to justify anyone while we are fighting.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can accidentally. Yeah, but Daniel, you can accidentally bomb a hospital or a school. That's fine because let's just say, oh, there was rockets there, And I'm totally fine with that. I agree with Simon. We just got to work around the Geneva Convention.
Why can't you excuse and I know you're not Israeli so it doesn't matter, but why do you think it's fucking funny or okay for
terrorist groups?
I think that people that don't live with the consequences, the people that don't live with the consequences, that are not Israeli or not Gazans, that many of them are talking about, people should do this, they should, also about democracy, no, they should not give up, they should not do this. They don't bear the consequences. And morality is part of it, that you know that you are fighting in the name of truth, justice, morality.
Yeah, we can worry about morality afterwards, Daniel.
When you go to serve in the army, then you will talk to me about morality.
No, I'm just saying we can worry about morality. You guys can have therapy.
You can
deal with your drama.
With all due respect, you do the things the way that you think that it should be done, and let us do the thing the way that we think that it should be done. And we will do it in a moral way. And even when we do it in the most moral way, we are still being accused of war crime, genocide, yada yada yada. So,
it's so cringe. The reason I don't even make comments like that is because, first of all, I was never in the military. I'm not a combat veteran. But to hear people so gung ho about this kind of shit and it's just so fucking cringe.
It's not about being gung ho. If I know that there's people who want literally murder,
that's literally going to cause peace in the Middle East.
The whole point is that you would have to be an absolute retard of a person and a politician, Hamas and politicians, to go into a sovereign country and commit what they did. The whole point is that if anybody does shit like that, there will be massive consequences to it, and the moral blame is not on the people who retaliate, it's the people who initiate. So the whole point. Okay, so I break into your house and you defend yourself by trying to shoot at me, and you kill your neighbor. what? They're gonna blame you for this.
Yeah, that's possible.
That's fucking retarded. That's really retarded.
That is possible. I'm serious.
No,
It was just like this charge. If there was something like a school bus, okay, that stopped behind me, no, you're crazy. If there's like a school bus, let's say a guy was trying to rob me with a gun, and there was a school bus that ended up stopping behind him, and I still took the shot, knowing that it was gonna hit a bus full of kids.
90%
I'd probably get
conservative states in the
fucking
United
trouble.
States, you wouldn't be fucking convicted.
I don't
Maybe California, maybe in New York, but you wouldn't
Okay,
be
but at that time you're making the calculation that, well, I'm trying to save my
No,
life.
I'm saying the
and life of
liberalism is
people
the
behind
fucking
me.
problem. The liberalism of these fucking people saying, oh, it's fucking Netanyahu's a fucking piece of shit. Well, fuck that. If he's getting the job done, let him fucking get the job done. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Jewish people that are complaining about Bibi Netanyahu, saying, oh, he's doing this and that. And it's like, who fucking cares about his politics? Who cares about all the other shit?
Okay.
As long as he gets rid of fucking Hamas, that's all that fucking matters.
Okay.
If he wants to fucking wipe off fucking Iran off the face of the fucking earth and the IRGC and the mullets, then get at it. Get at it.
It's like it
Wipe
is
the
that
fucking
easy. Because it's
Hezbollah off the face of there too.
That's a separate argument. I'm simply just attacking the fact that people have a very, perverted moral understanding of what the consequences of enacting some of the most barbaric things in a civilized society. And I'm saying the moral blame is not on people to go and defend themselves. The moral blame is if there's women and children dying, even if it's at my hands, the moral blame should be shifted towards the people who went and initiated the force, the people who went into that sovereign country and the things.
I get what you're saying. But let me ask you this. This will be on a personal level. Like you saw that in the movie, The Godfather, where Corleone, the young, when he was young. Hey, remember how when he was in Sicily still, the old mafia boss there in Sicily was looking for the boy. Why? He wanted to kill him because he's going to get older one day and will seek revenge. Now, if somebody tries to kill me or kill a family member, logically it makes sense. I would say logically it is the best thing to do. Morally, I think it's reprehensible. But would it be okay to me responding to a person who, let's say, killed my brother? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kill that guy. Hold on a second. I'm going to kill that guy, but he happens to have a 4-year-old son who one day is going to grow up and kill me. Should I shoot that 4-year-old in the head?
Okay, perfect. All the Japanese.
No, answer the question. Answer my question.
I'll answer it.
I answered it. I answered it.
I will answer it. If they're Muslims, yes.
I don't want to hear about the fucking bombs. We can talk about the bombs afterwards.
Yeah, if they believe in Allah and his prophet Muhammad, then yes, you should kill him.
Answer my fucking question.
All 200,000 people.
Okay, no, we're not doing it that way. I said answer my fucking question first. No, you're not doing the real world example until after you answer my
Simon, just
question.
say the truth. If they're Muslim, then you kill a kid.
Answer my fucking question.
It's guaranteed to come back and kill you and your whole family.
Hold on.
Because that's a retarded thing.
Okay, answer my fucking question. I'm aggressing upon. I'm defending myself against. Okay, then I'm not answering your fucking question.
No, you said you wouldn't kill.
You wouldn't kill the kid.
Yeah, I said he wouldn't kill.
I wouldn't kill the kid like 60.
Okay. Now go ahead. You can ask your question about Hiroshima.
No, it's not a question. I'm literally telling you. The reality is that they went and dropped bombs.
Pepe's just gonna say that was wrong too.
And then you don't have people who came out of there saying, fuck America, we're still kamikazes. You didn't have that. You had a prosperous society that said, yeah, we'll adopt better values. And as a result,
They weren't prosperous back then.
We're talking about military.
Japan was not. No, their prosperity came after World War II.
What the fuck are you talking about with the Portuguese and the Dutch and all? Dude, come on.
Then they dropped the bomb, they destroyed that type of thinking, and now they're prosperous. That's exactly the point. You don't have the Japanese people saying, oh, fuck you, America, they're going to drop fucking bombs on us. You stupid fucks, we're coming back and we're kamikazing the shit out of you even more. You don't have that. Why?
Okay. Yeah, I know why they did it. So I will stand for the bombing of Hiroshima, Nagasaki, also stand by Dresden. Like we know why they did Hiroshima and Nagasaki is because they, first of all, in World War II, everybody had skin in the game. Everybody's young sons, nephews, and so forth were basically if they were able-bodied, they were in the military. People were losing loved ones all over the place. The economy completely shifted, for defense production. Everybody had skin in the game. Now, if the war would have continued to go on with Japan, a significant loss of life would continue. The Japanese did not seem like they were willing to give up. So, well, I think ultimately that the decision to drop those nuclear bombs saved lives. Now with Dresden, that was when the war was getting. Yeah, shut up. The war with Dresden, okay, the Nazis basically wanted to make their last stand. And they said, all right, we'll come out, we're going to fight it out on the streets. Once again, too many people had lost their lives. Nobody had the stomach for it anymore. So they said, fine, you know what? It was pretty much similar to Nagasaki and Hiroshima. They're like, here, we'll just continue to drop bombs on your city until you realize, hey, this is what you're going to put up with until you guys just surrender.
Was it justified?
Yeah, it was justified.
Okay, cool. Then you agree with me.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, you do. It's going to be justified. Trust me.
Killing a school full of children? No.
No. I said about wiping out Hamas, wiping out Hezbollah, wiping out RJC. And I said if it takes wiping out hospitals and schools and shit, and if that's where they're hiding, that's where they're.
But that's what they did. They went to the hospital. They just didn't go in there willing to kill everybody.
It's not about willing to kill everybody. And the number of people who died or not is irrelevant. The whole point is if there is a military objective that will not be achieved against the end goal, then it is justified. That is just the reality. If you don't like the means to which you win the war, tough. That is what barbarism is. If you don't like it, don't cheer for it, don't advocate for it, don't do whatever the fuck. But the reality is that in order for you to live, what am I doing?
You say do whatever it takes.
My moral sanction. I'm giving my moral sanction to the people to the Muslim barbarism. And this is it.
Okay, but I think what you have to understand is that we are, I do think like in the West, we do have we hold ourselves to a higher moral standard, and I do think that, not bullshit. No, it's not.
Wait a million dead Iraqis, and you're going to say that's the same as
No, the Soviets, for example, no doors to being locked at night in Berlin. They loved fucking raping people. They were disgusting.
77 million people dead.
And that was part of their strategy was fucking terrorizing people. Like they were absolute immoral filth. Like but if you were to do that as an American soldier, you would, back in World War II, you'd either get imprisoned or fucking shot.
That's my whole point. I'm saying you don't live international law if you have a moral population. If you don't have a moral population, then the inevitability is that you're gonna have people going and raping people, terrorizing people.
And killing kids. I mean, if you can avoid killing kids, you don't kill kids.
Okay, fine. Well, again,
I said if you can avoid.
Okay, again.
Nobody's saying that if you have a high-value target and his kids happen to be with them, and you have to take the shot that you can't.
What if it's at a hospital and there's a bunch of rockets?
But I mean, obviously, can you just shoot? Can you just shoot? If you're patrolling a street, can you open up fire? Can you open up fire on children walking in a line from class? Like, no, obviously.
What if there's a bunch of rockets at a hospital, Pepe?
What about it?
And they're launching rockets from a hospital. What do you do?
Well, I mean, you can target it. But who said?
But it's full of women and
Nobody
children
said
and
it.
doctors.
No, shut the fuck up. No. That's what the conversation was earlier. The conversation was, he actually said, you can bomb a school or a hospital, like just level it.
Yeah,
Despite, without any pretext to. Like basically just to inflict damage.
I never said that. I said when the snakes, when the soul can go this on purpose. I said if there is a military objective in order to further the objective of winning the war, of course it's moral to level up hospital, not indiscriminate. I just feel like blowing up a hospital, press a button, and it goes boom. That is retarded. I never said that.
Yeah, nobody said that.
I never said that.
But they did agree.
If a military leader says, in order for us to get to the end of this, we have to go through a school, we have to go through a hospital, we have to go through kids, then that is what it takes. The amount of people dying is not relevant in that. Who is dying is not relevant in that. Those are the details to what it requires. That's why if you go and you look at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it was not indiscriminate bombing. It was we will drop this in order to win the war, and that is exactly what happened.
Do you know what the why do you think the precise reason was that we dropped those bombs? What is the precise reason we dropped those bombs? Shut the fuck up, I asked you a question. Yes, I asked you a question. You're asking me a question. Like, why do you think it is we dropped the bombs? It's widely known. What did it do to the Japanese? Why did they decide to surrender? It was a message.
It demoralized them.
No, they realized, well, they're not willing to surrender, which is, they were really bad, they were real hard asses, but they understood genocide. And that was the threat they were facing when they saw those nuclear bombs go off. And they realized, okay, it's not feasible, we're not willing to go that far.
Also, Simon, Pepe has a tendency not to listen to what you're saying. Because then when you ask them, what did I say? I'll just say it again. Just say it. Just pay attention. It's true.
So next time, don't let any Muslim use Japan Nagasaki this, because Japan is an emperor who understand and value life. They celebrate life, just like Israeli, they celebrate life. But the Muslim, they are not like the Japan. They know that when they are defeated, they defeat and they start a new life of focusing on prosperity. Muslim, they will not stop their hate, their anger. They don't value life. You can kill them as many as possible until they destroy all Jews. That's their mission.
They are a broken culture. They're a broken people. They're a dead end in the tree of human evolution.
Stop letting them to bring up Nagasaki. Stop letting them to bring up Dresden.
That's a good point. The Japanese are reasonable people.
Exactly. Both Germany and Japan now focusing on prosperity. They recognize they are being defeated, but the people in Gaza and the Palestine, they will not accept they are being defeated until all the Jewish people and
Dave, where are you from originally?
doesn't matter.
No, it's not your accent. Dude, I was asking about his accent.
He's Japanese.
He sounded like he was Indonesian or something.
Stop.
I was just asking if he was Indonesian or something.
He said it doesn't matter, so it's
Yeah, because he thought I was trying to use it against him, which I wasn't. I was actually going to use it in his defense.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
If he was Indonesian, I was
Oh my god, we got
probably familiar with how
Oh my god! Here.
A couple more. time, then why are you whispering? No.
Well, I mean, I do. Well, I don't know how
So
to
you
ask this
get what
question.
we're saying, right, Pepe?
What up?
It's not intended to be fought with one arm behind your back to keep you from guns.
Well, it depends on how the war's fought.
No, that's...
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. No, it's fighting people. Okay, when you're retaliating against the people who attacked you, okay? This is barbarism. This is what barbarism looks like.
So, okay, let me ask you a question. So, in World War II, it's effective in a way. The SS, what they ended up doing is when American troops surrendered, they machine gunned them to death. Well, it didn't take long for the Americans to get wind of what they were doing. And so what ended up happening when the SS got caught by the American troops, they got machine gunned to death. It was illegal, but, you know, basically what it did is it made... they up the ante to where they are willing to do illegal things, and it just ends up being used against. It ends up being used back on them. At what point do you say, like, well, you know, maybe we shouldn't cross those lines. We should try to keep it within the bounds of, like, you know, international law or human rights.
We should cut each other's heads off.
Yeah, it does. Yes, it does. If you're an American and you get caught, you have a detainee and you use your knife to like slit his throat and take his head off, you're going to prison for that. You're going to definitely be tried for that. So, you're going to the United States.
Oh, okay, so you mean it's a war crime according to the...
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so then you're doing my point. So international law does not apply. Next. That's...
Well, no, we're using international standards. What are you talking about?
Using American law. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but it's based off of... Yeah, it's based off, like, off of the Geneva Convention. Like, absolutely.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Yes, there's dude, there's laws that, yes, some, especially terrorist groups like Hamas won't abide by them, but yes, all Western militaries are going to have pretty much the same fucking rules for how you engage in war.
Well, I don't disagree. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. I'm saying international law does not exist.
I already gave you examples of people who got internationally tried. I don't know what you're talking about.
There's no such thing as international law? Oh, is that what you're saying?
No, that's okay. Then Slobodan Milosevic, Hitler. Okay, with the Rwandan genocide, none of them had to face international. They go to international tribunes, tribunal courts. Of course they did.
Can I try and clear this up? Okay, so the word national law exists. What Simon is trying to say is it's not law as we understand regular law. In our law, in our society, there's an enforcement mechanism. Okay, so if you are violating the law, there's an enforcement mechanism. International law is a treaty, is an agreement that you say, I take upon myself those things and I will commit them. You don't have to. Not every country has to. It's not international law. And if you violate it, the world will not come. There's no international police. The UN is not a government. It's something that you gotta take upon yourself as your own law in a way. But international law and Simon is correct, it does not exist. But you are also correct in the fact that it's been used because it's an agreement or it's a treaty. I hope.
Yeah, but
Hold on a second. When it comes to like Slobodan Milosevic and what he did, you know, with the Serbs, when it comes to Hitler, and I understand these are people who ultimately usually end up losing the wars. That's why it happened, and they get tried in international court. I mean, it is. The thing is, though, they can be held account if it's like egregious enough.
Yeah. Okay. Had there been a ceasefire and they would have just ended the war and Germany and them didn't fucking lose, there would have been no Nuremberg trials if they wanted to say, you know what, fuck you, United States, we're not going to send over our top generals and commanders and shit to be tried under the fucking Nuremberg, bullshit. And we're not going to.
They got defeated.
Why?
How can they do that?
They got defeated. That's why they.
I already said that.
Yeah, I know. But the point is, what Simon's saying is like, if they either win or there's just a ceasefire, they don't have to fucking comply.
They win. They have a standing military and a government. You have to just literally defeat the country.
Point Simon was trying to make.
Yeah, but we know this. It's common sense.
The point is, if Israel doesn't agree to comply with the fucking international law bullshit, and they say, oh, you committed genocide, now we're going to put you up on fucking trial, Bibi Netanyahu. Bibi Netanyahu can look at the rest of the world and say, go fuck yourself. We want
what would happen then?
Go fuck yourself. And they would cut all ties with them and they wouldn't support them and supply them.
So what can happen is that the whole world, like let's say we knew without a doubt that serious war crimes were taking place, and they let's just say they literally.
Yeah, but it's not like
shut the fuck up and let me finish my fucking point. God, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Jesus Christ. Now let's say they committed an actual genocide. There was proof. The whole fucking world saw it. Okay, the international community then could sanction them into fucking hell. They could put travel bans on all of them. They could make it so that Israel could barely fucking exist. Alright? And so they would let it shut up. And you say nobody's going to.
No bounty hunters and marshals are going to keep down and work fucking Israel and go get Netanyahu. It's not going to happen.
You're such a dumbass.
That would be a war.
Okay, but the consequences would still be largely, there'd be international sanctions, there would be, and yes, they would ask for the extradition of them, there would be seizing of their funds, there would be a lot of things that would happen.
North Korea did that.
Well, they would say they didn't abide by international law, therefore they're going to sanction them into hell. So they're literally applying a penalty. And at that point, I mean, what the fuck is the point in having a country like Israel? Because what makes it a nice country? Well, it's very prosperous. If they take away the prosperity, the country fucking sucks. That's a horrible punishment.
Hey Simon, what year was the International Tribunal and conviction thing for the trial that they had for Raul Castro or Fidel? You remember what year that was? That they brought to the United States and tried? Oh, it didn't happen. Okay.
And they weren't sanctioned by the international community, only some countries.
Yeah, but they've committed all kinds of bad shit. Yeah, it's just a threat.
Okay, but international law is not.
Yeah,
international law does not just mean you take people and imprison them.
No.
Bro, that is exactly what the law is meant to do.
It's supposed to bring them to
trial. No, it can actually sanction countries. You can find countries. You can where countries will agree to literally confiscate whatever money they have overseas. All kinds of shit can be done.
But that's politics.
I said countries, and I said the money they have in other countries, dude.
No, but this shit's wrong. You basically, you make it where nobody will trade with them because they'll cut off trade to manufacture.
Okay, well, again, that country doesn't have a right to, any individuals who belong to that country don't have the right to trade with other people. If, like, the country is
why do most countries not trade with, for example, North Korea, which obviously makes their lives a living hell? Nobody supports Kim Jong-un. Yeah, but I mean, we would be a lot better if other countries were willing to have any kind of trade with them.
No, we would be still
no shit, but it wouldn't be as poor as it is. how does Cuba not have starving people? I mean, obviously it's Jesus Christ. You can have a totalitarian system, but it doesn't. They don't suffer from starvation in Cuba.
Yes, they do.
Trust me, those kids are fucking starving. No sandals, no socks, no anything, no barefoot, running on like rocks, all kinds of shit, bro. Trust me, they saw them real nice. Kids are fucking starving.
Yeah, I mean, I've read the opposite. I mean, yes, food can be in short supply depending on the food. They have a very high literacy rate. You know, there's certain, it's definitely not a place that you'd want to live, but it's not quite third world poor. Says who? What are you talking about?
Then why wouldn't you just take it over? They obviously have some, Russia, they're allies with Russia, I think, right?
Yeah, they've always been.
Hey, do you know what the literacy rate in North Korea is? 100%. Do you know why? Guess who reports that? North Korea. I heard everybody in North Korea has a 500 IQ.
Well, I mean, your capability to be employable, that kind of shit. Yeah, it's a shitty system, but so what? Are you under the impression? Okay, I understand like communism. Everybody's like, ooh, it's so horrible, but I mean, it's never been a great place. It's never been great to live under communism. Obviously, it's never thrived like democracies or capitalist countries. But I do know people that came from Hungary, for example, when it was under Soviet occupation and when it was communist. They said the reality is that you didn't have too many problems. You just needed to make sure you didn't say things too critical of those in power. You need to make sure you got to work. Other than that, I mean, yeah, you had your health care, you had your basic needs. It wasn't anything like you would find in a third world country.
I just want to point out that somebody down in the audience has an anonymous account in a room based upon Israel with a shrine.
When did I say it would work? But I mean, do you at least acknowledge that there were places that were communist that, yeah, once again, they weren't as great as Western countries, but they were not. They were definitely more developed than third world countries, and they did not have starvation in their particular country.
Cuba, and I said I've been to Cuba, and I've been all over Cuba.
Yeah, I've had friends that some of my buddies, they actually went all over Cuba. They were living there for months. This was like back in 2007.
Were they pro-communist bros?
No. This is. I don't want to dox myself, but it was they're in the entertainment industry. I'll just leave it there. But they did say there was a lot of differences. Obviously, well, number one, the literacy rate's easy to explain. There, everybody has to go to a fucking school. There's no the type of intergenerational dysfunction that you get in the United States with poor. I guess you could say like 100, like you get
deficient people that probably can't read to read, I guess. So they got the 100%.
You just described this state enslaving your population.
Yes, that's what they do.
Okay, so that happened in
and I'm saying,
even our kids in comas know how to read.
But so what I'm saying is that there are things that you're going to witness. So, for example, you know, when it comes to being having to worry, nobody there has that much money, right? But yet you didn't really have to worry about robbers. You didn't see gang members. They're not allowed to exist in Cuba.
Yeah, because that's the government. You just described the government.
No shit.
But it's not a third world country.
Third poor. That's like saying like, yeah, like I want wealth inequality to stop, and everybody's poor, and we say, yeah, look, you see now everybody, like nobody, there's no rich people, there's no crimes, everybody's just dirt poor, and everybody just lives like.
Well, they weren't. They didn't describe them as dirt poor.
Well, they are dirt poor.
What?
Kids. People in Cuba are dirt poor. What wealth do they have? What's the GDP per capita?
I don't know.
Like $50 a fucking month or something per person.
Bro, GDP per capita.
What do you call it when you say dirt poor? What do you? I mean,
In comparison to the United States.
thinking of how like.
Comparison to Western.
I'm thinking of how like the Bangladeshis or the Dalit in India live, or many Hondurans. What do you consider dirt poor?
Cubans, typically.
No, Haiti would be a good example of dirt poor.
Cuba would be a good example.
They're not poor.
Yeah, but cookie poor.
But no, what is fascinating is what this does show though, and why I took an interest in it is that when you have these extreme examples of like where people are basically institutionalized from the day they're born into like a totalitarian state, it's amazing how all of the dysfunction that you see in like a freer society disappears. Like you have safe streets basically. You know, everybody's literate. A lot of problems that plague our societies disappear. Now, obviously, I'm against totalitarian regimes, but it does show that there are interventions that can be made that can make a lot of problems disappear.
What's the point of being able to read if you're
Wait, you don't have a problem with interventions to like help society, but you have an issue with bombing the Palestinians into another world.
When did I say I had a problem? I never said I had a problem with the war in Palestine. What are you talking about?
No, like genociding them. Like it would be the betterment of the world. If we wiped out Hezbollah, Hamas,
That's not
the
different from
IRGC, the mullahs.
That's not genocide.
But if we had to wipe out like say 80%, if we had to wipe out 80% of the population of Palestinians, make sure Hamas was dead, that would be justified then.
That would be more or less genocide at that point.
Alright, you're saying genocide's justified.
Well, killing 80% of the population is obviously genocide. I don't think anybody disagrees
with
that.
communism coming in and taking over the
I
entire
never
country.
said I'm okay with communism. I said, no, you fucking moron. I didn't even, I said I'm against that. I'm a capitalist. I'm not a communist.
You said
Shut
you're
the
against
fuck
it.
up. Shut up.
Against it, but then,
Oh my god, your fucking mouth. What I said is that, shut up. What I did say is that it's amazing, though, that the things that plague our societies, you look at the gang members, the people selling drugs, the people that do nothing, they're welfare cheats. You look at the people who are completely uneducated. Okay, you're going to get kicked out of the room if you do this again. Shut up. But you look at the people that are literally the most dysfunctional Americans that you see here in America. Okay, we can look at a lot of the black hood culture. Those people would not exist in Cuba. They don't exist in Cuba. They're not allowed to exist in Cuba. And I was saying, wouldn't it be amazing if there was like something that could be done to change these fucking people in America, so that they were at least, I don't know, like the black people in Cuba. They fucking worked. They didn't commit crimes. They didn't sell drugs. Amazing. What is it in Cuba? Okay. Yeah, it's fine. But you know, like I said, I'm not sticking up for communism. So I don't know if it matters. I just it's just weird how people like pick out, and like I can say what they get so like weird when I can point out like what Cuba does have. It does have no problem. It does seem to a problem they do seem to solve is their black people problem. Seems like they kind of got control over that. That's amazing. It's just like, oh, but communism bad. No shit, communism's bad.